Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds. Ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am. Unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Hello, everyone. I'm joined today by Darcy, Johnny, and Ed. How is everyone today?
Good.
Great. Thanks, Brandon.
Wonderful. We're coming to you live just as the final round of VDC is coming to a close. We will give you all of the games that have happened this weekend, including the ones happening now. And everyone will then be ready for the top board, which will be coming next week. It's been a really good weekend, a lot of competitive games. And I'm going to throw now to Johnny to talk more about the tournament, since you were one of the TDs.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Brandon. And I apologize to everyone for us being here in the league night. We're doing it not because we're the B team and we don't know what we're doing. We're doing it in honor of Brian Pravel because we think he has the better music. So let that go on the record.
I'm happy to take the hit for this one. First time hosting, so learning.
Brandon, you're killing it. You're killing it. The VDC is the year's preeminent virtual face-to-face tournament. It's been going since virtual face-to-face started back at the beginning of COVID. This year we had 24 boards and 70 individual players, even bigger than last year. So it's always one of the year's biggest and most prestigious tournaments. This weekend we played all of the preliminary games. Next weekend will be the top board, and we will bring you live coverage of the top board with Sideline and all of that when that comes. But yeah, we had a great weekend.
Yeah, that's it. So a little bit about the scoring system. I will pull that up. Do you want to give us a walkthrough on that?
Yeah, don't let anybody read this Word document. This is the most boring thing we could be doing on stream. The scoring system is points per center, points for being in first place. If you tie for first, you get less points than if you're alone in first, and you get pay points if you survive.
Beautiful.
It's not as punishing. It's not like open tribute. If you don't get first, you got nothing. It's not that punishing. Shared tops are okay, not too bad. Second place can be okay.
Awesome. Alrighty, we've got a few upcoming events as well. We'll just cycle through them quickly as we before we get into all of the games. I've got the schedule here, which I am professionally adding to the stage. So we've got VDC, that was this weekend. Next weekend, we have the top board. Darcy, do you want to walk us through the other ones? So I'm not talking.
Yes, so we've got BlazeCon, which is a new American tournament in an old American diplomacy city. The week after that, we have the APAC Championships in Bangkok. The same day, we also have a new UK tournament run by VDL Commissioner Isaac Dukes in Middlesbrough called the Steel Showdown. Then the week after that, to finish off January, we have Cascadia run by Chris Brand. Heading into February, we have DBNI, which is basically the a virtual tournament for the top 28 best tournament scorers of the year. So looking forward to that.
And consider this your official DBN announcement that there will be tournament face-to-face diplomacy in New York City this summer. The Diplorats are hosting the inaugural Diplorat Mischief in mid-July, July 10th through 12th. Details to come, but there's a live website. You can register, and we'll put the link in the description. So come hang out with us this summer.
Beautiful. Alrighty. Well, I reckon we just get straight into it. So I am going to set that up. I believe you're in this first game, Darcy.
Yes, I will see you guys later.
We'll see you on the other side. Whoops. All right. Let's get this.
While you're doing that, I would say the first rounds of these tournaments, a lot of rounds, you're going to see a lot of shared cooperation, a lot of 3 ways, 2 ways, maybe 4 ways sometimes. It's almost like Dixie. I don't know if this is different since I don't know a single outcome. But you want 1B or 1A?
We are going with 1B because I've already kicked Darcy off, and this one will do longer format, and then we'll jump through the other 2 quicker format and move on to the following round. So
sounds good.
Ed, if you want to kick us off for spring, or do you want to have a talk about the players first, actually, and then get into it?
Okay, so on the players, we've got I don't know Matthias at all. Aurora, she's made a massive impact on the diplomacy scene the last 8 or 9 months, as best I can tell. Fun to play with, and is dipping her toe into the virtual world, as best I can tell. Rob O'Brien is a known diplomacy player with okay results virtually, better extended deadline. Germany, Deuces Wild, who knows? We've heard of Michalis Kamaritis playing his supposedly favorite country in Italy. We know Darcy and we know Micah. So this is a fun East. I have to tell you, I'm excited to pour Matthias. Maybe it's the battle for Matthias here. But I look forward to doing it. And I'll do 0-1. I'll do it relatively quickly since I guess we have a few minutes per game. Even in a long form, it's not that long.
Yeah, go for it.
All righty.
All right. As I look here, the most interesting thing in the West is the bounce in Burgundy, which means that England can build 2 if they want to. And in the East, Micah with the old school Turkish opening. And Trieste holds, which is a fairly unusual thing to see. I guess it shows distrust between Michalis and Matthias. So we'll keep an eye out for that.
Yep. Alrighty.
England does get Belgium. England gets Norway. France gets 2. Germany gets 2. All is good in the West. I don't know why this doesn't. Oh, yeah. So Austria here is supporting Sevastopol to Romania. I guess I failed to note that Michalis was in the Black Sea before. That's somewhat important. Commentators failing. And Warsaw gets to Galicia this time. So it does seem like we have some AT cooperation against R with Michalis playing possum, as we would say.
Yeah, these moves, this implies that Micah knew about this hold in Trieste, right? That's why she did the old school opening instead of the better opening. So Micah kind of knew she was going to get Greece here, I think. And I think these moves from Russia and Austria are pretty weird, right? Darcy is both like attacking Austria in Galicia, but also putting the fleet into Romania instead of just supporting Ukraine into Romania, which would have him the army there. So Darcy's like trying to have it both ways. I'm not sure quite who he thinks his ally is yet.
Beautiful. Any predictions on builds?
I'd like to see what Turkey builds. 2 fleets, maybe?
EF too.
Okay.
There you
2
go.
armies.
So
and Fleet London, Fleet Brest is interesting as well.
yeah. So Micah signaling IT here. That's what those armies are, right? Michalis could IT or could do other things with that fleet. Darcy is signaling anti-Austria anyway. So your call on what was going to happen with Matthias seems pretty prescient, Ed. And the West, nothing's been decided. So let's see what happens.
Alrighty. Take us away for Spring 02, Johnny.
Gotcha. So this is the IT from Michalis. That is hardly surprising. We've all heard McCallus go rant and rave about ITs before. He's in Albania. It's a good forward position. They've got armies everywhere. Darcy's going to be able to hold out against the IT pretty easily. Darcy has a ton of armies and no northern pressure. But it's going to be a little harder, I think, for Austria. Meanwhile, in the West, it's kind of repositioning. It looks like maybe EF are attacking Germany and Germany's defending. That's how I read Belgium Sports Burgundy to Ruhr. But it's not going to be very fast at this rate. Not a lot happens there in the West. And it looks like Darcy's staying neutral in the North for now.
Very nice.
And what are we seeing here? A lot more nothing in the north, to be honest. Darcy swipes Norway. So that's interesting. There's always this question of what does Russia do if there's an EF? And here what Darcy does is say, I don't really need a strong England. That's not good for me. Aurora and Wild just swap moves, north to hell to north, Skag to Den to Skag. So that's not very useful. And London to Wales is kind of a cagey defensive move. So I don't see a lot of trust from the EF. In the south, goodbye Serbia, goodbye Adriatic. It's IT, another build for Micah. So this is a huge Turkish position for Fall of 02.
Yeah, but the Russian position can't really be cracked, like you said, right now. I can see this being good long-term for McCallus. Obviously, it's great for Turkey being at 6 at the end of 02, but where are they going to go? They're not. There's only so many Austrian centers, and McCallus is going to want to eat also. And the West sort of not getting it together. It's really strange. I mean, Mid-Atlantic and Spain just holding, London going to Wales. I think Johnny hit it correctly that there's trust issues. I cannot justify any reason why Darcy swipes Norway here unless this is some deal with IT here for some sort of three-way and a Northern Fleet build. So I'd be curious to see what happens.
Yeah.
Alrighty. What do you think England's going to have to pull in this scenario?
Skag
I agree.
or Wales.
Alrighty. There we go. Ed, take us away for 03.
I'm just stunned at a 5 Turkish armies. We'll see how it goes. Austria does get Serbia, so she's going to have something to worry about, whereas McCallus gets into Trieste, just sitting there. France, not a problem for McCallus. Everything's good for McCallus. Russia not getting cracked. Let's see here. Attempt to go to Norway fails. I don't know if Norway was supposed to cut Skagerrak there or not, but it didn't do it. So, sorry, Denmark. And Denmark holds. And then, nothing really happened in the Western part.
Alrighty. Yeah. Sorry, Johnny.
No, go ahead.
Cool. All right, 4.
In the fall, all I know is Micah lost Serbia. McCallus gets Trieste. Russia still has impenetrable with all those armies. France gets into Belgium, which seems significant. Russia okay with France getting larger here, I guess, and not helping Germany, not helping England. So, a little cagey from Darcy, just taking Scandinavia, I guess, seeing what happens.
Yeah, the real question here is Italy and France both get a build. Do they come for each other, or do they maintain the peace? And if so, who do they go on attack instead?
He's got to build an fleet, right?
Italy?
If McCallus has got this deal with Micah, it would seem like that's the...
Yeah, I guess. Let's see it.
Alrighty.
What does France build?
Okay.
Okay. We'll go into 04.
And what do we see here? So we see continued fighting between F and G. Well, and Rob is getting into the channel here, right? And this could be with English consent to protect Belgium, because Belgium is going to need the additional protection given the moves that happened here. It didn't have to be this way, but this is how they chose to do it. So this is kind of a position with options for Rob. He's in channel, but he's lost Burgundy. He's in Piedmont, so he's kind of screwing with McAuliffe, but not really. Piedmont could even go to Tyrolia. So a lot more options now than there were in the West. Meanwhile, Skag does get piffed, which was, I think, why both me and Ed thought she might take it off. And now the GR is really on in the North. And the GR actually has legs here. They've got 3 fleets against not that many EF fleets. So the GR could actually win that fight. Down in the South, what do we see? We see IT. We see Turkey into Serbia. But they're not going to crack Russia anytime soon at this rate. So, yeah.
The Marseille to Piedmont move is, I think, somewhat significant, but I'm going to assume that that is meant to be anti-German and we'll be going to Tyrolia shortly.
Yeah, I think so too. And Patrick's point about Albania is important too, that McAuliffe goes east here with those fleets. And if you're Turkey, those fleets should be going the other way.
That is a good point, but it might be to lull Rob a little bit into getting more committed in the North. So it's difficult to say, but I mean, this is a hard position for Italy to magically go west.
Alrighty.
Okay.
And,
Oh, it's Johnny.
Yeah, so McAuliffe takes Greece, but I think that's with consent, actually. And it kind of makes sense for Italy to have Greece in an IT a lot of the time. As long as they vacate it, then that's a pretty stable position. So this is fine. I mean, yeah, it's okay. Meanwhile, great tactics from Rob here, right? Great guess, doesn't cover Paris or Marseille and gets rewarded for it. Protects Belgium, gets rewarded for it. And Piedmont to Tyrolia. So, considering what's the situation here for Rob, good tactics. Much more ugly for Aurora here, who had Skagerrak piffed in the last turn, takes off North Sea instead of retreating it in this turn. I mean, you can rebuild that, right? So it's actually a good idea because you could just build Fleet Eddy if you want, but now you get to think about it for a couple minutes. So I like that. But losing the North Sea to GR, if you're England here, is not good. I mean, England hasn't gone anywhere. So I even kind of like Darcy's position in the North still, and I still don't think he's in any danger in the South. So even though he's facing that on RT, this is not too bad for Darcy.
England doesn't have any friends.
No.
She builds an army. It's horrible. She builds a fleet. She could have done that anyway, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay. And England has 2 rebuilds.
That's right.
Do you reckon it's a straightforward build for McAuliffe?
He has to build a fleet diplomatically, I think.
I think he has to build a fleet, or it's just war on Turkey.
Exactly. Boy, yeah. If I'm Micah, I'm pretty pissed about that. And 2 armies from Aurora is kind of cute. I mean, what are you going to do in the situation? The situation's terrible. Just tank up and be like, you guys fight each other. Nothing to get. It's going to take you too long if you come after me. Why not?
Yeah, but it's not an effective tournament strategy.
No.
That's the problem, right? Because you want to come out with a score, and the only way to get some kind of score is to build at least one fleet there.
Yeah, that's right.
Alrighty, Ed, take us away for 05.
Okay. I will write to Honora. We did a Yorkshire pudding, which is, pretty funny. Rob puts fleet in Spain, which is like, hey, I'm just leaving it here, McAuliffe. Meanwhile, he gets dislodged from Tyrolia, does not retreat to Piedmont, goes to Bohemia, forward retreat. I'm guessing this is all cooperation between McAuliffe and Rob. McAllis has got a lot of friends right now. In the East, nothing happens. The Russian position is, as just Johnny said, for 3 or 4 years now, really, really hard to crack. And as long as there's no pressure on the North, he can keep holding it. So I'm surprised Budapest doesn't support Romania here. Matthias, could have thrown in an extra support. Doesn't need it, but it's fine. And not much happened else.
Yeah. If it breaks down between GR, though, it's going to break open the game.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Alrighty.
There it is.
Yeah. Darcy, instead of going North Sea, decides to convoy to Denmark. I'm not positive this is great for Darcy, by the way, but he's already got problems in the south. I guess maybe he felt he really need to build because he's losing Romania here, which is what Micah is able. Well, he's getting Budapest here because he's not supporting Romania. So this is Darcy trying to make a move. But McAllis, I buried the lead here, does go after Turkey, going to Bulgaria's south coast, going to Aegean, going Adriatic, leaving to Ionian, but losing Trieste in the process to Austria. I'm counting few armies here, so maybe he can get 3 armies. Maybe he can get it back, but he's got to No, he doesn't have to disband now because he's getting Bulgaria. So, all right. So Darcy makes his move. Maybe it's with McAllis here. I mean, with Darcy here. Darcy and McAllis is what I'm saying.
It is. Trieste supports Gal to Budapest, but I think this is terrible for Darcy. I think it's really bad. I think attacking Germany is not your enemy. Germany is your friend. Take the North Sea, right? You have access to it. And don't give up Romania here. You'd rather be holding Romania than slip into Budapest, I think, which you're never going to hold. I don't know.
I think that they were stagnating, and McAllis had no real place to go west. Mike is pot committed with all these armies.
Right.
She can defend a little bit, I guess. I'm curious.
She can defend a lot. She's got Armenia sitting there too.
Yeah. And that getting the fleet piffed, was it a fleet still in Romania, is kind of important because that means no pressure. I mean, that the Black Sea is an incredibly important spot.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Darcy up 2. Do you reckon he can build anything that's going to help his position?
He's going to want a fleet. I mean, if you're going to do it against Germany, do it. Fleet South Coast even. Try to be France's friend, I guess. Or even another army. I don't know. I really don't like this for Darcy. I think Darcy's got problems.
We know Darcy has problems, but what do you think of his board state?
Good point. Good point.
Yeah.
I think Darcy builds South Coast. Oh, he builds North Coast? Interesting.
Protect Norway. Yeah, okay.
Alrighty. Take us away for spring.
Sure. Yeah, and I understand why McAllis is doing this, right? McAllis pulls out of the stab, and I think it's right. I don't think the stab was that good. I think they were going to butt heads, and other people were going to benefit. And what you've done by breaking open the position is unbalance Darcy's defense, right? And so now you actually can move against Darcy, whereas before you were stalemated. It could even be that was IT theater. I think it's more likely that McAllis committed to the stab and then they worked it out, but I think this is the right play for I and T. In the north, Rob is in a good position. Rob's getting Belgium back. There's GR squabbling, although they might be making it up. Rob has that raider in Silesia. I mean, Burgundy's annoying for France here, right? But not the worst French position.
No, I like Rob's position, and I just want to compliment Micah here. To anyone just listening, taking a stab well, which I think Micah took stabs too well in her, first year of playing, but she takes it with good heart and tries to work forward with people. It's a skill I need to develop, a little bit better, but Look, it's just because you get stabbed doesn't mean that you can't work with someone.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And what do we have? Yeah, the GR's fallen apart. Kiel to Baltic. This is so, yeah. Boy, you wish the GR could make it work out. Because look at the position. They're in North Sea, right? This looks so good for Darcy in the north. But it is definitely IT against him in the south. And I think strategically, Darcy needs to see something change, or else he's just going to get slowly ground down, right? Meanwhile,
What's Rob doing going to Bohemia there? Not taking a shot at Berlin or Munich. I mean, I guess it could have all been covered, but still.
yeah, he should have taken a shot at Berlin or Munich. I think he's trying to be a little cute and get involved in the defense of Russia against IT. You know what I mean? Which is a good idea, actually. And he's still getting a build, but I might take your builds and, you know, don't get too cute. Because what do we have? We have finally the IF war. Marseille de Lyon turning into West. And McCallus is getting a build and Turkey's getting a build. I think you'd rather be McCallus than Rob right now. Well, let's see it.
Alrighty. Do you reckon it changes anything with Rob getting the build as well?
We'll see.
Fleet Brest.
Yeah, it should have been Fleet Brest.
Alrighty.
Fleet Brest covers Mid-Atlantic. It doesn't seem intuitive, but it's a better build, I think.
I agree.
All right, Ed, take us away for spring 07.
It's been 7 years, but Darcy's starting to lose a little momentum to the armies of Micah. This time losing Budapest. Darcy loses Budapest to the Turks. Meanwhile, the war between France and Italy is on. Let's see here. France still sort of mucking around, but Germany does get Denmark back. Good for Germany, wild card Germany, and poor Aurora.
Yeah. This Denmark swap, is this arranged? Are they going to try to put that in Belgium? Maybe.
Well, it was supposed to go to Holland, right? Maybe it's a misorder. I think it would have worked.
It's in Holland. Denmark convoy to Holland.
Oh yeah, so
They
this is
swapped
clearly some. Okay, so maybe this is they've struck a deal.
I think Darcy wants that just piffed and rebuilt at home, to be honest, but we'll see.
This is pretty clever, by the way. Sorry, Aurora, but it was funny that Holland goes to London with French help. So we now have France helping for sure Russia here. But on the other end, France is taking Munich. It looks like Germany's sort of all alone here a little bit. And then it might be the IT is rolling. It's taken 7 years, but we're getting there with the armies getting in play now. Are they going to go up to the line? What's going to happen? I start thinking at this point, is there a time limit, Johnny?
1910.
All right. So who are they going to cut out, right? They'll cut out Germany. They'll cut out England. Is it going to be kind of a four-way situation here, or can we get it? Can we whittle it down further?
Yeah, I agree. See how fast France falls.
Alrighty. Loving all the Turkish army builds. It's great. Okay, Johnny, take us away for spring.
Sure. So Micah swarms in against Darcy. In fact, Darcy gives up on defending the South. He's going to try to defend the Warsaw-Moscow line instead. I mean, I guess you couldn't stop it. This way you don't get anything piffed, but it's going to be a hell of a time trying to defend Warsaw and Moscow. And Germany moves up against Darcy too, and Darcy walks into Berlin. So I think Darcy and the wild card are going to claw each other on the way out, and they're both going to get dragged down. McCallus isn't really moving. I think all this is kind of agreed with Rob.
Obviously,
McCallus,
Leon is not supporting Tyrolia to Piedmont.
Right. Yeah. And McCallus is in Bulgaria's south coast, which is like not really a stab.
It's
Really?
agreed. I think.
Yeah, I guess it's agreed. So they're just gonna, the three of them, ITF, are just gonna get to the highest.
I concur with that
I-
analysis. Those are
Yeah.
the three. Those
Yeah.
are the three.
The question of what dots Italy gets here is an open question, but we'll see. Keep it rolling. Let's try to close it out.
There we go.
Agreed stuff. Well, okay, this is weird. McCallus puts Germany back into Munich and moves to Piedmont with the fleet. So McCallus is still going to try to cut France down to size a little bit. I think he was expecting a bounce in Piedmont. And gets Bulgaria by agreement. So he's going to get the build so he can put another fleet down. So I don't know. McCallus was going to agree and then change his mind, I guess, is what happened here.
I think he
Germany
and
and-
Micah decided that maybe the two of them can be on top.
I think so too. And I think they're right. Germany and Russia are squabbling to their mutual detriment here, I think.
Pro McCallus, and poor Darcy is pulling another one.
Yeah. It's all because of that convoy to Denmark, in my opinion.
Just telling Micah she can have Warsaw.
Ed.
Micah takes Warsaw. Meanwhile, IT bump up all the way to the line. Rob gets back into Munich. Darcy's into Sweden and Denmark here. This is kind of funny. Holland goes to Kiel, but Denmark convoys to Holland. That's Germany. That's how Germany stays alive and tries to stay alive. Yeah, and Aurora here at least is trying to defend and giving up on attacking London here. So we'll see what happens. I think Aurora has realized that you'd rather be killed than just go through this for hours.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Fall of 09, Micah takes Moscow. Italy does not get into Munich. This time, McCallus does put an army in Piedmont. France has Kiel and Munich, but loses Belgium. It's best I can do.
Yeah. Bradley's exactly right. IT was slow, and there was a stab that they walked back, and they still crushed the board. A lot of inefficiency in the West, and just a lot of good tactics and good play from IT to be able to make that happen. Patrick's right. It's all about the convoy to Denmark. Let's close it out. I think it's going to be IT on top. One of the two of them, or both.
All right, straight into it.
Sure. Good guess from McCallus and Marseille. And you know, Micah has Bulgaria here, right? It's not defended. Bulgaria is a take. So I think that Micah has the top, right? She's already on top. She's not going down. She can take one from McCallus. So even if McCallus keeps Marseille,
She takes St. Petersburg, right? No, she can't. No.
if-
There's still,
yeah, it's
she
a
might
guess.
be able to take it.
It's a guess. So Oh yeah, sorry, no, she can't take St. Petersburg. I don't know what I was talking about. McCallus gets Munich, and Micah doesn't take Bulgaria. So Micah takes a shared top where she could have forced a lone top. Like Ed was saying, you see this kind of stuff in the beginning of tournaments. I think this is how Micah plays. She's a good alliance player. And the question is going to be, you know, is this what we're gonna are we gonna be looking at Micah competing for in the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 range at the end of the tournament? And is she gonna wish she had those extra boatload of points that you get from the lone top? We'll see.
I don't know. If someone saved me from after a stab, I'm probably not doing it either. I can't quibble with what she did here. Got to be a little grateful.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good score. It's still a good score. It was a good IT.
That's it. Alrighty. I will bring Darcy back on stage. You can make a comment about this game if you want, Darcy, while I just shuffle
quickly.
I will. The stab on Germany was frustration due to momentum loss when he moved back to Denmark. However, in the East, I think McCallus sticks with the stab if he doesn't lose Trieste, which wasn't going to happen if France had decided to take the support into Vienna. So I think that was a bit brutal, and it allowed the IT to get back on track with each other. So I think that cooked my chances of stopping the IT from just slowly crushing me in the South. And I think I made the bad choice to stab Germany in the North. That was my game, basically, in a nutshell.
Alrighty. Cool. For this next game, this will be round 1, board A. We'll go through it quickly. How about Ed? Or give you. Do we want all three of us on while we're cycling through it quickly? There's only
I doubt
two
it,
more
but
for
I don't care who you.
Oh yeah,
pick out.
but just keep Darcy.
They got to
off
go quick,
until-
Brandon. Really
Keep
quick.
Darcy off until round 2, and then I'll take a
Done.
break, and Darcy and Ed can do it.
Alrighty. Bye, Darcy.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, and we're doing these like within 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I can do it within 2 minutes.
You got it.
So I will just listen to you, Ed, and I'll cycle through it.
All right, it's a
if you
good
wanna
board with
do
good
this one.
players. Keep your eye on Jackson Roberts in France. He hasn't been playing for a while, but that kid can play.
Alrighty.
All right.
Sing out if
Oh,
there's anything
it's
you
a
want me
little. Okay. All right. Stop.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna catch up some level here. All right. All right. It's fine. Just move forward here. The Italian army in Bohemia is the only thing. All right. I'm liking this Russian position earlier. France going to Piedmont, helping England into Holland. That's interesting. Jackson and Carsten working together. So I'm thinking EF here. Let's keep going. Oh, Austria's in Venice. That's cool. Okay. Turkey is attacking Italy now. Man, it looks like there's an AT. I like that. So AT versus EF. That's good. All right. France got into Ruhr, but doesn't go to Burgundy. Come on, Jackson. Paris should not have held there. Meanwhile, Russia gets into the Black Sea. Austria turns on Turkey. Italy gets Venice back with French help. But Turkey takes Tunis. German army in Gascony. That doesn't look good. But I think Ruhr got into Munich, if I'm not mistaken there. So France will get some, Jackson will get some builds. Germany, dead. It doesn't matter. The whole thing, because Germany, all their home centers went. God, it goes really quick. All right, cool. So that's all positive for Jackson.
Matt's a Diplorat, so goodbye, Matt. Thank you for playing.
All right, EF on the warpath in the north, working with Austria here. That's all I got. And France into Tunis seems significant. Man, I'd love to be Jackson Roberts on this board. France gets Sweden here. Russia just holding, doesn't swipe any English dots, but getting in position. That'd be an interesting build from Jackson. That's what, just it's EF right now. Are they going to turn? That's what I'm looking at right now. Okay, doesn't look so, but Fleet London. All right, goes right to North Sea. England advancing its position. Karsten keeping an army on the continent for now, or on the island, which is good. Austria, man, taking Romania, losing Khan. Turks are running back. Turks are about to be eliminated. And I think so is Italy, if I'm not mistaken. I think Naples is about to go. Another build here for Jackson. Who is Jackson's true ally, Austria or England? Army goes to Norway. Jackson gets Naples. Okay, keep going. Another fleet. Okay, no distrust yet. All right, maybe this is a three-way deal, although Jackson does take Rome here. Austria into Munich. Interesting. While Karsten takes St. Petersburg, but with a fleet. It's EF all the way. I think that's arranged on London and Brest. It's a strange arrangement. Okay. I got nothing here. We got 3 people at 9. Who's going to nab the remaining centers? Keep going. England gets Berlin. I don't see what France is in Munich. And Austria goes down. Now England's in Berlin. France holding those fleets.
There we go.
10-10. I like it.
Early
It's a
draw.
good EF.
Yeah, good EF.
Good first round. Split top.
Okay, beautiful.
And we still went over.
Yeah. I'll show you 2 minutes, Ed. Let's do it. Let's do it, Brandon.
I'll do you do it, buddy. Well,
Let's
God,
do
when we
it.
get Darcy on here,
Alright.
he never heard of what 2 minutes
I
is.
know.
Tell me when to go, and I will just follow your command.
All right. Ben Kelman in Russia, Craig Mayer in Turkey. Watch that. Otherwise, a bunch of great players who I know little about run it. Anything interesting here? Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Anything interesting here? Nope. What are we seeing? We're seeing fast AI. That's all. France and Sweden. 2 fleets for Germany. Is it going to be? Keep going. It's going to be Western triple, but Germany's doing crazy things. And AT maybe? Definitely AT. I still think it's a Western triple with Germany doing crazy things. Cute. Keep going. AT's making slow progress. Germany is already getting cut out of the Western triple. That is what happens. Keep going. Yeah, same story as before, except Bulgaria to Greece, which probably is arranged. So AT is still looking good. Keep going. Germany's gonna slowly collapse. AT are gonna slowly win against Italy anyway. Ben's hanging in there. Nope, Ben is less hanging in there than he was. Another build for Austria. Austria's looking pretty good. England is, like I said, slowly winning against Germany. And there's a pop in Skagerrak. Katie is commending the fleet tactics from France. I haven't been paying attention, but I assume she is correct. Keep it moving, keep it moving. That was 3 builds for England. Good God, although I think there was a rebuild in there. England's looking great. Has St. Petersburg whenever he wants it. Craig is also looking real good in the south. France is looking good in the south. So those are your big players. I think Thomas might be on the downswing.
But his play early. I like Thomas. Come back, play again.
Yeah. What's going on here? Nothing too much. Another build for Stefan. Keep it moving. Good. Craig Mayer is still looking good. Thomas is still looking good. AT is looking good, but England's looking really good. Gonna get Berlin, gonna get St. Petersburg. EF are killing it. Another good EF. That's 2 in a row. Yeah. It's about right. They're moving. France is moving back. France is moving back to defend. So there's going to be EF tension now. So they're either going to draw or AT are going to explode. Or they're going to work it out. It's looking like a draw. Builds for Turkey. Craig Maier's looking good. Nothing else is happening.
There we go.
And a draw. Yeah. I mean, honestly, all 4 of those players had good games. England had a great position, benefited from the collapse of Russia. Well-deserved top by Valdemar, but good game by EF, good game by AT. Thomas played well. Good stuff.
I think Craig could have won.
Me too. Especially
Very
with France
nice.
pulling back.
Thomas, you played well. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know who you are, but to be in Austria against Craig Meier and to hang in there, massive props.
Yeah.
I can do 1D in 2 minutes.
There's no 1D.
Oh, easy. Done.
Yeah.
Good work.
Done
That's
in
the end
less
of
than
round
2 minutes. Way less.
The quicker the better, I always say.
Just like I said.
Alrighty. We're up to round 2. Ed or Johnny, one of you want to break?
Get me out
I'll
of here.
take it. Oh, okay.
Right.
That's fine.
Okay, done.
These are all long form on round 2, but that's not super long, Darcy. We went way over, so you're punished.
All right, so the first one we have is round 2, board A. There are 4 boards in round 2, but one of them will be short format. We'll do the short format one last, because it's basically the last one anyway. But yeah, we'll swap yours around. Darcy, if you want to take us, walk us through the players on this board, and then we'll get into 01.
Yep, we have a few common faces. Michalis in Turkey, Justin in Austria. Watch the AT relationship. We have Robert Hillier in Russia and Christian Brown and Liam Healy in E and F. So watch that as well. And Craig Mayer and Calzone, who I am less familiar with myself, but I've seen around the block a few times.
Alrighty, let's get into it.
Looking at Christian and Liam.
All right. In the West, we have classic English opening, a bounce in Burgundy, classic German opening. In the East, however, we have Rob Hillier deciding to do a move to Livonia, so heading potentially north. Other than that, we have a Justin moving Vienna down to Trieste, showing potential distrust between AI, and Michalis with a normal Turkish opening with a bounce in Black Sea. Do I do fall as well? Or
Yep.
Yeah, do
Okay, yeah.
1 year each, yeah.
Liam takes Norway with the fleet and then commits down towards Christian by moving to English Channel and Wales. Ouch. Calzone completes that with a move to Burgundy as well, showing that we have an EG. There is a bounce in Sweden, which further backs that up. Meanwhile, it seems like Christian was hoodwinked with an Western triple, and that has not been successful. In the East, meanwhile, we have Justin taking Venice. Apulia holding, and Tyrolia trying to go to Trieste is now looking like a bit of pain. Michalis gets to walk into Black Sea, and we have Russia picking up Romania and Justin picking up Greece. So looks like some sort of AT potentially here, but Venice has got to hurt.
Yeah, that is a cute little snag of Venice there.
I think England should have bounced in Belgium as opposed to going to English Channel. France is getting 2 builds now. It's going to be somewhat long to crack.
Yeah, but Piedmont is drastically out of position. All right, let's see them. 3 armies for Austria, an army in Moscow, fleet in London instead of Liverpool, slightly interesting. Fleet Smyrna, and what you expect from Christian in that position. And 2 armies for Germany showing allegiance to the EG.
Alrighty, Ed, take us away.
Justin trades Venice for Rome, improving position, and France lands on the continent. So EF, and France loses Belgium. So coming up roses right now for the EG. That's all I got. Justin in Bohemia. Meanwhile, Germany goes to Burgundy, backfills with Belgium, attack on Brest for Liam does not work, but Liam gets Sweden, and Denmark is in Baltic. So,
and Baltic retreats to Berlin, which is pretty brutal.
That hurts. So I'm really trying to see this McAuliffe-Justin Lohr relationship.
Yes,
That's
a very
one.
interesting alliance there, Justin and McAuliffe. Interested to see how that develops.
Nothing unusual as far as I'm concerned. You can roll it to Darcy in 03.
All right, in spring 03, we have Liam jumps Picardy back to London, which is interesting. We have Sweden moving to Finland to try and make a play on St. Pete in fall. Christian gets a little bit of breathing space as Burgundy also moves back to Ruhr. So Christian's revenge tour may begin any time now. Meanwhile, we have Munich getting lost to the Rat, and Berlin is forced to retreat. There seems to be a fleet blow-up in Romania, but that is a lot of trust. I'm not sure I would trust McAuliffe not to take steps there. Meanwhile, around Italy, we have them surrounding Naples now. However, Christian is moving to Piedmont to potentially support Venice or something. But very much looking like Rat versus EG, which is failing.
No, it's a Western triple now.
Western triple, you reckon?
Yeah.
All right.
That I think explains everything.
Yeah. All right. It is a Western triple, it seems, as Liam completely moves everything back from France, and France and Germany cooperate to blow up Munich. Baltic backfills Berlin, so that is a big win for Germany there. Meanwhile, in the east, we say goodbye to Italy. Once you lost Venice in 01, it was looking pretty bleak. Good game, Craig. The AT takes Venice and Naples, each gets 1. Meanwhile, McAuliffe seems to fake out a move to take Sev, and Justin takes Bulgaria, perhaps by arrangement, considering Romania is kept in Turkish hands, probably a stab. And it looks not too good for Rob here, especially with Galicia being moved into.
It's difficult to be in a rat when there's no real northern fleet. That Prussia fleet does not help them. So it may just be an AT with McAuliffe hoping to stab Justin.
Yes.
All right, Ed.
1904, England moves all in against Russia here. But Russia is defending against that, but can't defend for long because McAuliffe is in Sevastopol, is in Ukraine. It's good AT cooperation. France is rushing down to the line. I do note Norwegian and North Atlantic, which I assume is just for defense against Christian, but I wouldn't like
just
it if I
cover
was
Liverpool as you convoy out of Yorkshire, probably.
Yeah. But all right. St. Petersburg should hold this year, but maybe not next. We'll see.
The AT probably takes Moscow instead of caring about St. Pete being lost.
Maybe. The problem is, I've got a lot of fleets down in the Med. All right. St. Petersburg is lost because Baltic is cut and Moscow's cut.
Good
So
game.
you're right. Turkey does take Moscow here. Justin gets Romania, whereas they trade Romania and Bulgaria. It's all very safe. Maybe McAllis is the one player that can talk Justin into being a safe ally here. And this works. We'll see what McAllis builds, because if he builds fleets, it's bad for I don't know what's good for Justin. I don't know whether any of his builds would be good. Okay, that's all I got.
All right, looks like the EF might be starting a fight.
And rip Robert Hillier. Good game.
Where are those Turkish armies going?
All right.
Justin's worried about that too.
All right. Looks like there probably is a fight now between E and F as Christian moves back and Liam takes Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Meanwhile, in the AT, we have McAllis's 2 armies moving to Armenia and Ankara. Trust me, they're no problem. Don't worry about me at all. And meanwhile, Justin starts to move up to the line, perhaps at his peril because McAllis is sitting behind him. And Liam moves fleets into St. Pete and moves down into Bothnia and Livonia, just trying to cover up that line completely, it seems. I'll be interested to see how McAllis responds with virtually no build prospects anywhere outside of Austria.
He's got to convince Justin to trade.
All right, we do have a few trades as Justin takes Naples and Bulgaria, as McAllis takes Romania and Tunis. I take that deal every day of the week if I'm McAllis, because Bulgaria is easily to take back. Meanwhile, Christian defends against Liam, supports himself to Brest, however, loses Burgundy as Burgundy moves to Marseille. And it's looking pretty stagnant around the center of the board. It's just waiting to see what McAllis will do. And if the EG can break France with minimal German unit availability.
Well, yeah, I note here Austria is here helping France. That's the one thing of note. So I assume France and Austria and Turkey will work together.
So just the one build this time.
Army build. I'm just waiting for McAllis to stab now, to be honest.
I don't think he's got a great stab.
I don't think he has a great stab, but I think that's basically where the game's at the moment. Anyway, it's your turn, Ed.
Okay, so the only question is, there's nothing. Look, the whole line is dead. Will McAllis eat on Austria? He's always thinking about, if he does that, what will be the board effects on the other end of it. I'm curious of that myself. So it might be a bit of a slow game, might be a draw, might be waiting for McAllis, but I do note he's in the Ionian. He's got play on Bulgaria, he's got play on Greece. So we shall see.
I just would like to shout out that Paris was taken. Whether it gets held is a different story, but not insignificant for the collapse of France, potentially.
All right, this is me. England in Warsaw with Turkish help. Turkey and Bulgaria, Greece moves back to Naples. So we now see the stab. That's pretty important. So, and then, of course, England's also in Brest. So this is what's happening. Let's see how it plays out. We'll go quickly. Thank you, Johnny.
All right. Meanwhile, in the West, we have what looks to be Germany stabbing England with a convoy into Sweden. Meanwhile, we have England moving down to try and take the rest of the French dots, unaware of his German allies' decision. Meanwhile, to pile on the misery for England, they lose Warsaw to Austria as Austria decides not to defend too much against Michalis and rather
Not to defend too much. What's he doing?
well,
Moving
he
the
took
puck
Greece,
to
I
the
guess.
lead.
He took Greece, I guess. But that's
in
probably
spring.
that's yeah.
I
that's
think
probably-
they've reformed their alliance.
Yeah,
That's the only
It's-
explanation.
it seems like Justin has accepted the minor party role in the alliance.
Taking
Michalis
Greece and
is-
Warsaw. What are you talking about? He's fine.
But it's not looking good for the West if this is the case, as it means that this stab by Germany is not going to be that successful. In fall, we have a walk out of Greece, and Michalis deciding to switch Sev and Rum so that there's an army in Rum. Not too sure I'm a fan of that if I'm Justin. Meanwhile, Justin takes Berlin, which wasn't guaranteed, holds on to Warsaw. Meanwhile, England responds to Germany's stab by moving back into North Sea. Christian takes back Paris. So Christian's Revenge Tour Part 2 is taking place now. Love to see it. And it looks like the A team may be lining up a move on St. Petersburg next year. It just depends on if Michalis is going to be a good ally. They are shared top at the moment, so there could be some sort of arranged draw here. We will see. There is not.
Okay. Yeah. So we keep going with, I think Michalis here setting up for Warsaw and Naples is just going to perhaps just re-stab. That's the only thing I'm interested in looking at right
Don't do it, Michalis. Be a good ally. Oh, what a great ally.
now. Does take Naples, does not take Warsaw, and loses Bulgaria. So I'm guessing this is by agreement.
I'd just like to
wrong.
shout out Justin for getting Kiel and Munich and a trade in Naples and Bulgaria, meaning potentially could try and force himself into a shared top, potentially.
I don't think he's forcing. I mean, he's done well. He's the Micah of this route. Yeah, I don't know if that was agreed or not. Why is
it might have been a bounce that was meant to take place, but
he moved it to the wrong coast.
Yeah.
He put it to South Coast. That's why that didn't work. Oh, Michalis.
St. Pete was taken as well. Not sure if we mentioned that.
Good turn for Justin.
And Christian's Revenge Tour is still being more successful. I am loving this Christian game. It is quite a joy to watch.
Alrighty.
All right, Justin somehow clinging on to a board top here above Michalis. Not sure how much longer that will last, though. Let's see what happens in 1909. All right, Michalis says, no, you're not having this board top. Stay away from me. Takes Bulgaria, takes Rome. This is Michalis' board top now. Meanwhile, in the West, we have Christian's continued revenge tour as he moves to take Liverpool. Again, loving this game from Christian. Meanwhile, EG just completely at each other's throats ever since the German stab on England, and I wouldn't want to be a fly on the wall of those negotiations.
Game should draw.
All right, Christian takes Belgium as well as Liverpool. Again, loving the Renaissance. Meanwhile, Liam takes Sweden, and it looks very much like there is some sort of arranged. I'm not sure who's on top because Rome is moved out of, so Justin takes that back. And Justin also does move into Rome and Munich. So in the final year, There could be play on Holland or Marseille. We will see. But I think this is a 10-10 and should be a draw. No, 11-10. I still think this is going to be a draw now. We will see. No, we do not draw.
There were
Takes away
more
from the
centers for
final D, right?
McAllis. He had Rome, helping Germany into Warsaw here. But Justin does get Holland. We shall see.
And shout out Christian's going to get London and Eddie as well. Absolutely amazing recovery game from Christian.
Yeah, very happy for him.
And
Maybe he
McAllister's
didn't-
convoy
maybe he
from
didn't.
Greece to Apuli is nice as well. Just really
Yeah.
shoring all that up.
Germany walks out of Warsaw is of note. So I don't know what that does to the scores.
I think this is just the same
Pop it up.
because Holland means that the Rome loss stays at 10, means he stays at 10, and it will be a 10-12 to McAllis.
You know what? He can just do the scores. We got to go quick. I don't need you to mental. Look at that. McAllis wins. Amazing. I've never
Great
seen him
game
win
from
before.
McAllis. Great game from Christian. And I think Justin got the absolute most he could post stab from McAllis. So shout out Justin for how he played post stab as well.
That's it. Alrighty. Well, we've got another long format one. This one, Ed, if you want to walk us through the players on this, and then we will, and then just take us straight through into spring.
Australians and Ian Rudnick and people I don't know. I don't know. That's what I got to say on the.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, fall 1901. Nothing of note other than the Armenian fist bump. And then is that a real loan to Trieste or not? That's the interesting thing.
Yeah, Casey in Italy is a newer player in the Australian scene, but I really like him. He's got a good vibe and he's a solid player. So it'll be cool to see how he pans out here.
Takes Greece. Loaning Trieste did not work out for poor Blake. Meanwhile, France with 3 builds. Good for Joshua. Interesting bounce in London. You don't see that very much. So Tianyu must be okay with France getting 3 builds. That's all really interesting. And, what happens next? Warsaw and Galicia.
Yeah. 2 build Italy, 3 build France. Love it.
It's a bet, right? Because it looked like an RT from the opening. So usually A and I shouldn't fight in that situation, at least not in the beginning, because they just eat each other up and it's good for the RT. But Italy thinks there's not an RT. I think Italy thinks there's an IT. So let's see what happens.
All right. Tianyu gets treated with a fleet in Brest for his benevolence around Belgium. However, it doesn't move to Channel. It moves to Mid-Atlantic. Looks a bit like a Western Triple, slow moving, no one really fighting each other as Tianyu moves up towards Russia, with Germany moving into Baltic. Meanwhile, we have what looks like the very quick death of Austria. I feel very bad for you, Blake. Condolences, as Jason takes Serbia and Julian takes Budapest. I'll be interested to see what happens next in the IRT relationship post this. Meanwhile, Joshua doesn't move Spain South Coast anywhere, so it'll be interesting to see exactly where those fleets do end up heading.
Interesting strategy at 3 builds and not do much with them. So the West needs to be involved in doing something, because the East, once they figure out what they're doing, they're coming.
Yes, whether it's IT or RT, both need to be dealt with, and the West isn't responding too well. All right. In 402, we have the IT form as there is collaboration around blowing up Budapest with Austrian support as well. Serbia is backfilled by Greece, showing complete cooperation there. Meanwhile, Jason gets ready to force Black Sea. And meanwhile, the Mediterranean War begins as Joshua moves maybe a turn late into the Med. As the West moves to Tyrolia and Piedmont to further put pressure on this new IT being formed. Meanwhile, in the north, we have the West blow up. Not blow up, guaranteed, but Norway and Sweden are taken off the board, giving Germany a build, and England will get St. Pete in due time. So it'll be interesting to see if the West holds up in a triple as a result of the IT, or if someone will buck the trend.
I think that's right, but I'd love to be Jason Gray in this situation because I'm in an IT, and I is fighting and is going to be preoccupied now with Germany and France. So this is plenty of room for Jason to hang in there and do well.
Alrighty. Ed, Spring 03.
Supported move to Black Sea, goes to Armenia, takes Romania. So IT is still working there together. This is all good for Jason. Meanwhile, the Med sort of stagnates. And as best I can tell, the West is working together now, pretty well. So we have this Western triple, and with two Australians running it, so you can trust Australians in a Western triple. So we'll see how it ends up.
Especially when they're England and France.
Well, the issue is going to be the IT is going to have a higher center count than the Western triple. So if someone in the West wants to push for the board top, they're going to have that difficult conversation.
That's an 04-05 situation. But it does seem like France going to Roer and Belgium, not the most Tripoli of moves, but you guys would know better than me. Meanwhile, England, this is another sort of sign. England gets in St. Petersburg, but not with the army. If I'm Germany, I'm thinking she's not going there with the army. What's that army in Finland needed for? Meanwhile, Austria helps Russia back into Budapest. So what Austria giveth, he taketh away. And I think this is of note. Italy loses Tunis. That's not
Seems
good.
by agreement, surely, because Venice supported Piedmont to Tyrolia.
Why would you agree to that? To get out of Piedmont?
I mean, he can take back Tunis.
Attack Germany?
There's a difficult disband here for Italy, but he can take back Tunis next year.
I guess he disbands Rome. That it has to be a deal, but it's a pretty good one for France.
Yeah, by agreement. I'm a guru.
All right, get rid of
There we
Western
go.
map. Okay.
Yeah, if it's by agreement, then pulling Western Med, I guess, makes sense.
All right, let's move on to spring. All right, we have Tunis decides to blow itself up. So seems like I and F are very happy with each other. Meanwhile, it seems like Jason might be moving on Italy here as he moves into Aegean and convoys into Bulgaria. However, he has troubles of his own elsewhere as Russia takes Romania and it's not looking easy to take back. Meanwhile, Italy gets to move into Budapest behind them as they move into Romania. And it seems like it is going to be EF versus G, as Holland is lost and there is moves into North Sea and Norway. And yes, it looks like the EF, can they outweigh Italy and potentially the IT if it's still an IT? It looks like it's still an IT as they coordinate to make Romania Turkish again, combined with Galicia getting Vienna. Goodbye to Blake. Sorry for the brutal start to the game. I think you deserved better. Meanwhile, in the West, we have Tianyu taking Sweden. Holland is successfully kept, and Ian will be disbanding too. And it looks like it will be a race between IT versus EF for the board. Let's see what happens there. The army build in the wave of one shows that the Italy-France alliance looks like it will hold. Not sure how I feel about that as Turkey in this IT, especially when Vienna can be lost pretty easily, but I guess we'll see. And the wave
Jason knows what he's doing.
All right, what do you think, Ed? Spring 05.
Oh yeah. Okay. So IT holds. Darcy right again. That there's no tension between France and Italy. We got Italy going all in on France here. That's a win for Jason. It's definitely IT. England putting all the fleets down as they can against Germany. And let's see, Sev's here about to get cracked. So this is going to be good for Jason.
I'm not sure Tianyu minds if France is being hit. I think it'll give him a lot of play by the end of this game.
All right, so Italy gets into Mid-Atlantic, which is awesome. Love unwanted support of Burgundy to Marseille, anticipating self-bounce, so France can't build there if France gets any builds. But France isn't getting any builds because England's in Belgium. England's in Denmark. Jason does take Sev, so that trades Vienna for Sev, which is fine. Question is whether IT can take advantage of this EF stab. I'm not sure if I was Tianyu if I had done that. Maybe Germany, yes, but France, no. I don't know. Maybe he cut a deal with IT. Jason's certainly good at talking crosstalk on the board. I've noticed that in these games.
Jason picking up Greece as well. So there's the Vienna, Sev, and then Greece.
Oh, I didn't see the Grease Smith. And he builds an army. What do you think about that, Darcy? Yes, justifiable, but
I don't mind it.
Good thoughts. Darcy.
All right. Jason continues to push forward, getting into Warsaw and Galicia, convoys that army into Romania. Meanwhile, Casey's having success of his own as he gets into Marseille, gets all the way up in North Atlantic. Looks like some deal has been cut with France. Meanwhile, Tianyu takes Holland with German help, and moves into English Channel as well. Let's see if the stab can stick, and it was a good decision or not. All right. There is a delicious convoy from Gascony to Clyde. We love to see it, unless your name is Tianyu's son. Meanwhile, we have Jason getting blown up in Warsaw. Brutal. and Casey gets Marseille. So Casey now has a lead of 2 over his ally. Interesting to see how that works out in the end. And it crucially looks like Germany has flipped over to France's side as they take Holland with French help.
There we go, Ed. Spring 07.
Yeah, Turkey back in Warsaw, in Silesia, playing nice with Italy. This is really good IT. I really like what we've seen here from both of them. Italy in Liverpool is awesome, and Mid-Atlantic, basically lording over those French centers whenever Casey wants them. I'd be a little concerned if I was Jason that my ally is out racing me at a giant level here. This is not unlike the game we just covered before. So will Turkey get jittery about this or not?
Yes, I'm not sure Jason has a way to loan top a shared top without Casey's benevolence.
Okay, so in the fall, Turkey takes Warsaw and Moscow here. So he was in Warsaw, but that's a really good move from Jason, getting up to 9. Italy here doesn't do anything against France yet, and that's what I'm looking at. I note the English help of Turkey here. So I'm guessing this is England, Italy, and Turkey all vying for the end here.
I think this is England trying to get mercy.
Well, its problem is Italy. It's not Turkey.
Yeah, but trying to get Turkey the build so that they can stab Italy, maybe.
Well, Turkey has 2 builds.
All right, well, 2 armies sort of could be used for a stab.
Now St. Pete, Sweden, and Norway are all...
There were no good builds for Italy there that Turkey could have done. None.
Well, maybe Tianyu's trying to get Jason the board top with the Disbands of St. Pete, Livonia, showing that he's more angry at Italy. So Italy might not be able to hold on to Liverpool here and give Jason a top at the lone top himself.
Why doesn't Jason take St. Petersburg, convoy to Romania, and just knock out the Italian centers in the Balkans? I think that's his move.
Let's see if he'll take it. Well, take St. Pete.
He had that convoy idea, though.
Had the convoy idea, decides not to last minute. Moves into Bulgaria, however. Meanwhile, Casey does lose Liverpool. However, is now being pushed into English Channel. Moves into Burgundy. Does move into Spain South Coast this time. Jason moves Bulgaria to Greece, closer to Aegean Sea. To Ionian Sea now. So perhaps we might see Jason go for the stab. I highly doubt Tianyu will cover Norway, so maybe Jason gets 2 builds again here, making this a very tight race for the board top.
He may not need to stab if England's just throwing him these centers, but he did move to Bulgarian Khan. Italy can't like that. I don't know why he didn't go to Romania here, but I guess he's playing a game of deniability.
All right, well, there is the move into Norway and St. Pete. Finally, we do see the convoy as Romania is convoyed into. There's a bounce in Serbia and Ionian, and Casey decides to take Portugal and Spain to maintain a 1 lead over. No, now they are tied at 11-11. Perhaps we might see a draw at the end of this year.
I note that Prussia could have cut Berlin. He surely knew Denmark was cutting Kiel here, and Italy could have taken Munich.
Yes,
Not helping that
Jason
much.
I mean, the move out of Galicia is pretty brutal if he wants to take any of those centers in the Balkans. So I think we're heading towards a draw most likely.
No, doesn't he have Serbia guaranteed here? If he wants it in the spring?
Yeah, true.
It's a fantastic comeback by Jason. It wasn't ever a comeback, but he had good position early. But like you said, you didn't think he had a good move, but this really helped this English situation. That English stab was great for Jason. Horrible for Tianyu.
There we go.
Yep. Drawn 11-11. Not
That
sure
was
I'd
good.
take it if I'm Jason, but again, it's second round and probably the first game for most of, if not all of these players. So I can understand taking the shared top, especially at such a high shared top center count.
You don't want to jump out in people in round 1, 2, or 3, in my experience.
Yeah, like this is a good score. It's a good show, and it was a really good alliance ran through the whole thing too. So I think it's good tournament play.
And we were still 5 minutes over. So next one, Johnny's cracking the whip.
And I missed the Doug MacArthur play. That was better. I like the pipe.
I couldn't smoke the tobacco. I have to. I'll get it for you later in the show.
Nice. All right, let's do it.
Alrighty, Ed, do you want to take a break now?
Yes.
All right, done. We'll catch you in a bit. Let's do the last longer format game, and then we'll do the quick one.
Deal.
Alrighty, Darcy, do you want to take the lead for us on this one? Quick run through these players.
Yep, sure. We have Jackson's back for this round. Ben Kelman, another good player. Gnome, our WDC champion of 2025. Can he retain his crown in 2026? Then in the West, we have, in Russia, we have one Australian player in James Denholm. Then in Germany, we have a second Australian player, an ANU club member, Claire, in Germany. And then in France, we have another Australian player in, I'm not sure if they want to go by their online name, so I'll just say Very Sharp Fish. And then in England, we have Elle, who was lovely to talk to and play with in DIPCOM.
Alrighty, let's get into it.
Am I taking 01?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, you take that one. Yep.
Normal moves from Turkey and Russia and Austria and Italy, so nothing in the East. Meanwhile, in the West, we have an aggressive move against France by England, trying to win Germany's affections most likely. However, there is no move to Burgundy, so perhaps a little bit more cautious play from Claire. In fall, we have a failed convoy into Brest, unlucky for Elle. Meanwhile, we have in the east, fleet gets put in Romania, and there is no move into the Black Sea from Turkey. Meanwhile, Venice moves to Tyrolia, and there's a move out of North Sea to Norway to put the fleet in. And Germany's going up +3 and still hasn't picked an ally. So great turn for Claire.
Yep. Hate to miss that guess as England. That's so brutal.
What Claire does here is pretty important.
Yeah.
Fleet Kiel is not looking good.
It's flexible though.
Especially with Fleet St. Pete North Coast as well. Looking like it might be some sort of FGR cooperation here after Elle's fail attempt into Brest.
Right, Johnny.
All right. So what do we see? We see definitely it's looking like FG. Denmark straight into North Sea. Sweden into Norway. No, messed up the move or something. I don't know what happened there.
I think
But
Sweden is supporting. I think Sweden is supporting St. Pete to Norway.
Yeah.
okay, so something wacky in the north.
And
but
St. Pete is supporting Sweden to Norway, so they supported
Right.
each other in, and then
exactly. The big news is Denmark and North Sea, and Germany kind of moves all of the armies down, kind of moving against the east side of the board. So it's probably going to be like a Germany heavy FG. Interesting to see whether G and R are allies or enemies. England's still not getting anywhere in this fight, so England is in real trouble. In the south, what do we see? Kind of cagey play. Austria and Russia are not on the same page. Turkey and Austria are also not on the same page. I don't see that there's a lot of clear alliances in the east. Maybe AI. Keep it moving.
Yeah. Oof.
And yeah, I guess it's still. Oh my God, sorry. Elle says, I don't enjoy this very much. I would like to be done now, please. And everyone else in the West says, yes, ma'am. So goodbye, Elle. That's 2 builds for the Very Sharp Fish. That's a build for Claire in Edinburgh. That's a build for James. In Norway, you hate to see this, but I mean, like I said, Elle's position was pretty lost, so you can't really blame her. What are we seeing elsewhere? Still cagey in the east, right? So the GR's on. The GR's on in the east. That's going to make a huge difference. I think AI is cooperating with each other, and I think it's kind of a tacit RT, but it's not much of an RT. They're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah.
So
So
keep
that's
it moving.
that's
Yeah, go for it.
0-2, and yeah, poor Elle in England is gone.
Yeah. It all depends on what happens now in the West.
well, it's 3 Australians. The high likelihood is this, which is a complete move eastwards by the FG does at least, and we see what happens when a KG East doesn't react to a quick pace West.
Yeah.
Russia gets back into Romania here. Jackson moves out of Armenia but into Black Sea, so not sure exactly if that's to go anti-Turkey, anti-Russia or not. Meanwhile, Jackson is still trying to take Greece, but the AI doesn't let him. Perhaps that will happen in fall, however, as Italy certainly has to react to France. Meanwhile, Claire does move to Denmark. So potential tension in the north. We'll have to see. I highly doubt the GR does fight just yet, however. And we do see London get convoyed to Belgium. Might walk through, most likely will. But yes, let's see what happens when the West pushes east. All right, well, Gnome decided not to cover Tunis. The guess was wrong. Good news for the West, more bad news for the East. Combine that with a supported move into Piedmont being successful, and Tyrolia is also lost. The squeeze is on for the world champion. Meanwhile, we have Jackson finally gets Greece. He's wanted it for so long, but however loses Bulgaria as a result. Meanwhile, we do have a fleet movement happening in the north with James. Not sure exactly what that is actually doing. Maybe just a bit of fun. But yeah, I mean, there is a move to force Belgium, so maybe a little bit of tension around if France is actually going to move out of there. So that's the only thing of note.
Yep.
Yeah, covering that tension as well. Wales to London may have just been feeling a little off about it as well, just in case.
Yes, well, Claire has a great position to still make gains in the West with Liverpool open and has the potential to push back whenever.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Especially with the France that's gaining pretty quickly in Italy, and you're not really gaining anywhere.
Not yet. I was
Not
just gonna
yet.
say,
Well,
look at Venice,
yeah.
right? So, I mean, Darcy was exactly right. This game is a case of the East didn't really want to do anything. They played KG, and the West said, let's do the fastest FG of all time. And Russia is kind of straddling both camps. So
And
at this
England
point,
was like, yeah, I'll help with that.
exactly, yeah. So at this point, Italy gives up, right? Noam, who has not done anything all game, says, honestly, I can't defend against this FG. I'm not even going to try. So I'm just going to be the tip of the spear and hope to Janissary on 3 in Anatolia. So the question now is just how much can the FG get? And also, will GR stay together, right? Because if GR fight, that's a really different game from a GR stick together and maybe an FG fight later on. But they're all 3 in good position, so let's just keep it moving and see what happens. Yeah. Everybody's staying together for now. Those are arranged bounces in the north, right? So Claire is going to build. James somehow manages to lose Romania. So now it's
AT is finally together after
Yeah.
4 years of KG fighting.
Yeah, way too late. Way too late for the AT, right? In my opinion. But
Mm.
it's the right move to do now. And yeah, I mean, you know, Jackson's position, if it breaks down between these 3 players, is not bad because Jackson could get really big really fast. But if I'm FG, I don't think I'm breaking down. Like, let's keep rocking.
What's the
you know?
reason? Yeah.
Got Italy working for you, so
It's also their first game, so like you can get a shared top here and like just roll.
Yep, exactly.
All right, let's see the builds in next year.
Gnome down 1, Jackson up 1, and Claire up another. All
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the FG, I do have to start thinking about what I'm doing about Russia. That's probably next year's problem. However, as Germany takes Vienna here, does take Liverpool, so that is interesting. That's probably because Gnome's time is up as importance as he gets into Smyrna, so he might get to live for 1 turn or so. Meanwhile, Russia fails to get back into Romania and looks like they might be the odd man out in this FGR and might be the next one on the chopping block after Trieste falls.
That's it.
Yep.
No, Nome has mercy as France doesn't take Rome and Naples and instead moves to Adriatic. Great news for Claire is Austria seems to focus more on defending against Russia than against Germany, so gets into Trieste without hassle. And Claire decides to move out of Liverpool. Good alliance play from Claire from a shared top perspective. And Nome gets to keep Smyrna, and James loses Seb. So it's starting to look a bit down for James. Seems like he's lost the diplomatic battle to get AT to focus elsewhere.
I think this is a significant mistake for France. Why does Noam need to build here, right? Like, Claire is about to go up 2. Claire's sitting in Liverpool, so it's maybe going to take one of yours. I think if you're France and you want to top this board, you're in Rome, you're in Naples. What's the point of Adriatic, right? You're asking Noam, put me in a G and I'll consider leaving one of them so that you can take Greece. But I think this is just too slow, and I think Germany is going to kind of shoot out ahead because Germany left Liverpool, sure, but she can go back in whenever she wants.
I don't think France was expecting the amount of success that Germany got this turn. So good play from Claire to just keep one step ahead of your ally whilst still remaining on board with them.
Yeah. Noam waves.
Yeah, good Janissary play from Nome to try and keep himself alive on 2.
Yeah.
All right, Johnny.
So the convoy to Albania from Tuscany is extremely cute. We all love that kind of thing here on DBN, so they're playing for us. And what's going on elsewhere? I mean, Germany is just crushing into the Balkans, still working with Russia, right? So the GR is still doing totally fine. Bounces in the West. I mean, the three of them are going to get to decide who gets what centers, right? Because it's spring 06. Like, they have the entire board between the three of them if they want it. You got to feel for Jackson.
Claire says that it was definitely a misorder, and that's the reason that she's still in Eddie. Yes, we all believe you, Claire. Definitely believe you.
Probably a misorder because she didn't order to Armenia.
Right. Let's see the fall.
Never mind.
Well, there's Armenia. There's Armenia, Brandon.
There's Armenia, and there's the no getting out of Edinburgh.
It's okay. We don't like being able to read half the board anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, of course. So they piff Skag. So James is all in. James is almost becoming a Janissary himself now to Claire functionally, right? Claire builds again. France is getting Greece. This is just a decimation, right? Jackson retakes Smyrna, but like there's nothing happening. It's all over.
And Nome gets to keep both fleets still because France has played nice. So I like that. I think Nome made the right decision for his own game. Good play from Nome, I think.
Yeah, keep it moving.
It's all pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
All right. So we have Claire moves into Serbia, moves into Galicia. Finally convoys off the island. Yeah, I see it. Meanwhile, Jude takes Bulgaria with Nome's help. That's why you keep your Janissary alive, everyone. And moves into Eastern Med to sort of start thinking about Smyrna. Meanwhile, Jude does move back west, maybe getting a little bit scared of Claire's absolutely dominating position literally everywhere on the board. But Munich is able to be defended because of the move to Ruhr. So smart defense from Claire there, although she might have to give up Belgium here to remain a good ally.
And it's the right move from France, right? Because if you don't do this and Claire gets the jump, we're looking at a potential 18, I think, for Claire. Because Claire can easily get Norway, Sweden, St. Pete by the end of the game.
All right. In 4, James gets revenge on the AT as he gets Sev back. He gets the last laugh there. Good game from Ben. Unlucky. Meanwhile, Nome gets to take Con here, meaning that he gets to stay on 2. Again, great play for Nome. I'm loving seeing it. And there is a self-bounce in Belgium as Picardy moves to Paris and Ruhr moves to Munich. So good de-escalation just to make sure that Claire isn't thinking too hard about a solo threat here. Yeah.
We're waving builds, yeah. Let's just run it through to the end and see what they decide to end on.
I mean, again, I'm just loving Nome getting to survive here, and I think when you're a Janissary and you decide a Janissary from the position in like 1903, you have to be happy when the games result in this sort of position.
Yeah,
Nome makes the right decision.
Claire's got 3 builds here, right? I mean, look at Claire's position.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do think Claire is still a potential solo risk on this board here, especially if James focuses on Sev in this spring phase. I can see Norway, St. Pete, Rum, and Warsaw all being under threat. It's just about if you can keep 3 units off Belgium in the fall. And that's potentially that is soloable.
I agree. I think France is just slightly too strong. And as long as France is a competent player, which Jude is, right? Like, France is going to probably be able to hold you. But it's close. It's close.
With Warsaw, Romania, Norway making and St. Pete making 18. It all depends on what Nome decides to do. Nome probably does try and stop the solo, as Jude has been very, very lovely to Nome. So I think potentially Claire is right in the comments about only pushing to 17.
Yeah. Great game though. I mean, yeah, they're gonna take that last one. France into Smyrna. Yeah, I mean it's a hell of an FG. 2 more for France.
None gets to stay on 2 though. Love to see it.
Yeah. Goodbye, Jackson. Tough game for Jackson. Yeah. I bet they draw now, right?
Well, yeah.
Yep. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's a hell of a game for Claire. It's a beautiful Germany. It's a great France. James did well, you know? I mean, he didn't end on a great position just because of how completely FG dominated the diplomacy in the East. But it wasn't bad for I mean, it could have gone
I think Claire could get away with like a 16 or 17 just by hurting James in the north and still have Jude not really like push them back. I think in terms of like where they are diplomatically. So I think Claire could have squeezed a little bit more, but I mean it's a 14 center. This is a lovely score for Claire. So
No, I think still this is round 2 as well, and like there's plenty more rounds to happen. So like Claire played an excellent game. She's got a really nice board top, high score. There's like she didn't really need to push it for that little bit more. Like as much as I would like to see pushing for a bigger score here and whatever. It's still early in the tournament, and I understand holding back a little bit because of that. So yeah, I think it was a really good game.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
Would
have been cool to see a solo push, but this is what I would have done. This is what I would have done.
Yeah. Like yeah, that would have been really cool.
I mean, especially if Jude's okay with being one short of the top as well, right, then you definitely do it this way. If Jude wants a shared top, maybe you do try and take Norway, St. Pete. But yeah. Yeah,
prefer definitely pushing for the solo, but again, I understand the vibe early in the tournament. If you have a solid alliance partner and you've made a promise to them, then yeah, you go do it that way.
Right.
Alrighty, we've got one more of round 2. We'll do this nice and quick. Which one of you wants to do that?
Darcy, show us how it's done.
All right, easy.
Nice and quick, Darcy.
We have Katie Gray, Keith Warstall. Watch out for that. Few Australian players in Steph and Jonathan Sun. A younger player in Mikkel who I played with before, and 2 people that I haven't seen much of. All right. Nothing special anywhere. Burgundy gets taken. Let's move on. Everyone wants England and Belgium. Other than that, move into a GN in 01 from Steph, and we move on. We have an EG forms, and caginess, I guess, in the East. However, it looks like an AR most likely. Yeah, looks like an AR. IT sort of starts to work together to try and stop it. EG continues to roll in the north. Looks like Austria decides, no, I'm not working with Russia, and takes Romania. EG continues to roll in the west and heads towards the east now, so looking dangerous. More EG rolling with the French Janissary, and yeah, a whole bunch of holds in the east other than Con being taken. EG continues to roll, causing chaos by supporting Apulia to Venice. Seems like Russia is giving up, supporting Rum to Sev, and giving up Con. We have France gets two builds out of Italy, but loses one in Marseille. So I think this is just Janissary work there. Yeah, seems like AR are trying to block the line. Let's see if it's successful. Nope. Warsaw's taken. The French Janissary pushes forward as the EG takes Spain and Tunis. AR moves back to defend a new line. However, there's not much of a line left to hold as the French Janissary continues its good work helping Ionian fall. Yeah, just have to watch out for Katie or Keith stabbing the other. Most likely not going to happen, though.
Shout out to Steph in Turkey as well, been skirting around taking Ankh, recognizing that the Russian armies up there might, they need that chance. So
yeah. Convoy to Albania for England, very nice. Warsaw moves into Moscow. The AR continues to try, whether it's going to be successful or not, to push back the EG. And yeah, not much else to really talk about here. Albania's blown up. Steph sees that it's time to say goodbye to Russia and takes Ankara. Tyrolia gets into Trieste, which is not insignificant. And it looks like Galicia also falls, so it looks like there has been a break in the line. Katie is through. Katie gets into Vienna, gets into Ukraine. It's starting to look very bleak now. Albania is convoyed into by the French Janissary. Yeah. Massive attempted convoy to Greece fails, however, which is a pain to see. Katie gets into Budapest as well. France gets into Serbia. Shout out the French Janissary. This is looking like Katie might have some sort of agreement to get the board top herself, although does lose Paris to England, so maybe not. Yeah. England does still have some French dots to take, that is true, so they convoy in Portugal. Meanwhile, Katie gets Sev, Romania, Serbia. Serbia gets into Greece, and looks like Austria is trying to find survival in poor old Turkey now. I don't know what Steph's done to deserve this, but this is what happens when an alliance rolls the board.
You just hate to see it for Steph. It's brutal. I've been there.
Oh, Austria gets back into Sev, so Steph gets a little bit of diplomatic success there. However, does lose Bulgaria now as well to France, who now owns Bulgaria and Greece. Meanwhile, Keith takes Spain from behind, but it's still looking pretty bleak. All right, Sev moves back down to Armenia, trying to find survival in Steph. Steph is going to be saying, no, please not. And meanwhile, it looks like we're just trying to get England one more dot, I think, unless Sev's going to get taken as well. Yeah, we move on. No, just looks like it's going to be a 13-13 most likely here. Austria gets to live. I saw the desperation in the moves between Armenia and Sev for the survival, so Mikel's bound to be happy, and Steph forgoes any attempt at saving Smyrna, just moves out to Syria. So, yeah. Also, shout out Italy for surviving for like literally no reason. So we love to see it. Oh no, we don't. We don't draw. We go on for one more year. Maybe Venice does get taken. Yeah. Does Mikel get to live? Yes, Mikel gets to live, and nothing changes hands. So 13-13.
Wow. We call that the comprehensive annihilation of the board. EG said, "I think
Italy vetoed the draw. Italy vetoed the draw.
Classic.
Oh, whoops, showed the wrong one. There we go.
I mean, hey, getting to veto a draw in the final year and then still getting to survive as a one center.
Awesome.
I shout out the desperation negotiations after they figured that out.
Totally.
All right.
Yeah.
Nicely done. So that concludes round 2. Round 3, we have 3 more boards. We have one long format one. I think Ed is still on a break, so maybe we
Yeah.
just jump in and do that one.
Sure.
And
do it.
yeah,
Let's keep the pace running, Darcy. I will say that was not your fastest work for a short form. It was
true.
good analysis. It was good, and it was a good board, so it was worth it.
Yeah.
alrighty. Here I'll swap you guys around. Johnny, if you want to take introduce the players and then go into 01.
Let's do it. So we have Micah Blom, one of the best players in the world in the virtual scene, playing England here. Tian Yu, a great Australian player playing France. Andreas, I think a newer player in Germany. Peter McNamara, I've never heard of that guy playing Russia. I don't know. Stefan Kumar, I think is another Australian player, and so is Jonathan Sun, and so is Claire Bradbury. So this is
Australia plus Micah and Andreas.
5 Australians and 2 Europeans. Let's see it.
Luckily, the Europeans are next to each other, so maybe Europe unites.
Yeah, let's see it.
Stefan's my boy. He's a legend.
And what do we see? We see a fist bump and a Northern Open from Russia. So that's pretty creative, inventive stuff for the walking computer. Claire Bradbury and Jonathan Sun bounce in Tyrolia for some reason. Sure, cool. And the West is bog standard. So the real question is this AI cooperation? Is this AI non-cooperation? Because it's definitely RT.
I mean, I read it as both of them didn't have anything to do with that unit and just decided to bounce in Tyrolia for fun.
Sure. Yeah, I read it that way too. So it's looking like AI versus RT in the East, normal stuff. In the West, we have 3 builds for Germany, and Germany goes for Sweden, and Peter reads him like a book. So this is cool stuff from McNamara. McNamara knows Sweden's going to get bounced, so dives into the Baltic Sea and lets Germany walk out of Denmark. This is something you hear about people doing a lot, but you rarely see it. So we'll see how it goes. I'm reading that Andreas is Swedish, so maybe he just felt the calling of the motherland. Tripoli builds, maybe?
Fleet London, shout out.
Yeah.
Army
Darcy.
Smyrna. Also love to see that.
Darcy, take us away for Sprung 02.
All right, Fleet London is actually anti-German. Nice disguise there. Andreas is not going to get that European united alliance. As Tian Yu moves into Burgundy, as well as Micah moves into Helgoland and gets Russian support into Sweden. Meanwhile, Tian Yu also decides not to instantly move down into the Med against Claire. Meanwhile, in the East, we have a whole bunch of caginess plus Peter taking Black Sea because it's Peter McNamara and you're letting him into the Black Sea for free. Claire and Jonathan seem to be working together to potentially make a move on Munich as well. But yeah, not too much to say. Micah takes Denmark and Sweden, backfills Sweden as Peter backfills Norway. Tian Yu takes Belgium, and Claire decides to make my life hell in the East with those Armenia moves, and a whole lot of nothing happens, showing that, again, most likely when you have a West resolving quickly and an East doing nothing, I'm going to predict that the East suffers the consequences.
That's Jamal Bukharli Jade Buddha Peace Prize for Claire there, all holds.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Army Warsaw, yeah. All right. Johnny, your turn.
Yes, it is my turn, and Claire is not winning the Jade Buddha Peace Prize on this turn because Claire is declaring war. Moving against Austria here, and Austria and Italy are working together, so maybe this is AR versus IT now. Cool. That's okay. That's good. Not sure who it's better for. In the East, or in the North rather, Peter is getting Berlin. So Peter is playing a fun Northern game in an alliance with Micah. which you don't see every day, which is good. And Tianyu is just advancing the position. So that's what happens in the fall. In the fall, Micah gets Holland, Micah gets Kiel, Micah gets Norway, Micah loses nothing. So, this is really good for England. You have to wonder, from Peter's perspective, like, was it worth it to attack Germany here? Like, you got Berlin, which is cool, but Micah's so strong, and holding St. Petersburg is not going to be easy. So, I don't know if that was the right gamble for Peter. Tianyu's looking okay, right? Tianyu gets Munich as long as Micah doesn't attack him now.
Tianyu's in a great position. It's just Micah's in an outstanding position.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah. And in the East, we're seeing AI squabbling, and no. That's it. I mean, it's a build for Claire, so that's important. But I think it's all the story is Micah in the North.
3 builds.
Yeah, those are the builds you make if you're going to stay with the EF. Army Paris, you might not want to see. If you're Micah, you might want to see committal towards Italy from France. But no biggie, that can still happen. Tianyu does what you do when you build Army Paris and decides to push through the center of the board. However, Peter sniffs it out and bounces Munich. Meanwhile, Peter does get kicked out of Baltic, meaning Berlin was most likely going to be lost in fall. However, he is getting Serbia. There is a backfill from Greece, however, so looks like Peter might be starting to commit against Austria. Meanwhile, Claire backfills Greece, so Claire's loving Tianyu's lack of movement down into the Med. And Stefan's stuck on 3 armies as Turkey and can't really do too much. We move on and see Micah probably just roll. Micah goes to get ready to take St. Pete. Berlin doesn't fall, however, as they prioritize Munich moving through. Meanwhile, in the East, we have Peter deciding I need something to forego what's going to happen in the North to me, and takes Budapest. No more AR. Meanwhile, Claire successfully defends Trieste. And Tianyu still doesn't move down into the Med. Starting to think it's a bit of a mistake, as Claire will now be able to probably block most things. Especially when there's no fleets from Claire anywhere near Tunis. I think Tianyu, if he has any chance of trying to keep up with Micah, needs to have made that move into Tunis, towards Tunis. But is what it is.
And he can probably still do it, right? Because Claire builds an army here. The only thing I can think is that Claire and Tianyu have a really strong alliance that they're holding to try to hold Micah back. And I can understand that.
I understand it. I don't see it working when Micah can still take St. Pete and can't really lose anything in the middle.
And Peter builds Army Sev, really weird.
It's Peter saying he's giving up on the North, which I don't blame him, to be honest.
Yeah.
Your turn.
Yeah. So France is pushing through the middle. France is going to be in Silesia. Claire is moving all the armies into the center. So Claire and Peter are going to try to hold the line, I think. And it's kind of it's a funny little game that Italy and France are playing, right? Because France could totally kill Italy here, and they're choosing not to do it. But now they're competing over these glut of centers in the center of the board. And so you got to think strategically, what does Tianyu think his next center is? And who is going to help him get it? Micah's next centers are clear. They're Berlin and they're St. Petersburg. Claire's next centers are clear. They're Vienna and then maybe...
And then probably a stab on Russia. Especially if Tianyu's going to be passive.
Yeah, or maybe Smyrna, right? But
you might stab Russia and then just put fleets down to defend.
Yeah, maybe. So we'll see in the fall. And yep, Tianyu has the same thought process and comes in to take Tunis. Maybe a little too late, right? Because Claire's going to be building here. I mean, Tianyu's going to get Tunis, but Tianyu's not going to get everything.
Tianyu's getting a build from Holland, however. That isn't
true.
insignificant.
That's true. And that's good alliance play from Micah, because if you don't give Tianyu a build here, I think as France, like you're this is too much. But if you do get the build here,
if Micah wants to get more than 10, I think Micah needs to let Holland fall here.
I agree.
Tianyu.
I agree. Yeah, it's the right move. What an English position for 1905. Holy crap.
That's
Alright.
very good.
If I'm Tianyu, I'm starting to ask if North Sea can become Norwegian Sea instead, because that is, I mean, and hey, he sees it. He moves to Belgium. He's saying, no, Micah, I'm not letting you just get away with everything. Takes Tunis, gets a walk in a Warsaw. Micah's moving out of Kiel and Berlin, so great news for Tianyu there. Meanwhile, poor Peter is giving up on Warsaw and Moscow as well, and is probably seeing his future still in the Balkans. However, Claire also sees her future still in the Balkans and moves into Bulgaria and takes Serbia. I'll be interested to see what is the dynamic there between Peter and Claire, if they're just going to squabble and the EF just slowly squeeze in on them. However, I'm not sure Tianyu's going to be able to get much more out of Italy than Tunis. It's a little bit too late to get anything else.
That's right.
All right, in 4, we have Micah moving back to Norwegian and moving back into Kiel and Berlin and forcing Warsaw. So Micah's made her move to make sure that there's nothing else other than a Micah lone top on the cards. I mean, I can't help but think this is what happens when Tianyu plays a little bit too passively for a little bit too long. Meanwhile, Claire moves out of Bulgaria, but that's just to take Greece back. There's no pleasantries there with Russia, as she does take Budapest. However, for a little bit of help for Peter, he does get Con and Ankara. So Peter is not completely irrelevant just yet. Maybe overrated, but not irrelevant.
Yeah, he'll be glad to hear that. Yeah. 2 armies from Micah. So this isn't really a stab from Micah so much as it's going to Tianyu and saying, look, the circumstances of our alliance have changed, right? This is now an uppercase E, lowercase f, and I'll keep working with you, but you need to agree to the terms of that. You need to agree to those conditions, right? And
yeah,
Tianyu,
I mean, Micah's done it a lot with me. Micah's done it a lot with other people. It's like, look, I'm not stabbing you. I'm showing the position. This is how things will be. She's quite successful at doing that, and I've heard it too many times to want to hear it again.
Yeah, it works. I mean, I've done it too. You know, it works.
I mean, you did it with me.
Yeah, that's true. and Tianyu says, okay, but 2 can play that game, right? I'll show you my position, you show me yours, and we'll either fight or we won't. So I think this is war sort of between EF, right? It's maybe going to be war, and it's maybe just going to be because Clyde, right? That's not all out. Denmark's not all out. They're kind of seeing where it's going to go.
I think
Claire,
I read it as Tianyu being like, look, I trust that you're probably not going to try and kill me, but I also don't want you to be taking little dots off me to get whatever you need for whatever score you want as well. So I respect it and understand it.
Me too. This is what I would do if I was Tianyu. I'd say, fine, but I'm not gonna kill Claire for you anymore in this position, right? I'm gonna advocate for myself. And the problem is Tianyu is probably capped now at 9, but 9's not a bad score.
Yeah. I mean, Peter's completely retreating. Oh no, he's not. I thought Peter was completely retreating, but he's not.
Peter, I'm not Peter. Yeah, I think Peter doesn't know where he stands diplomatically. I think Peter maybe doesn't stand much of anywhere diplomatically, right? So. Goodbye, Jonathan Sun. Thank you for playing. Claire builds again. So Claire has really salvaged a position here. Claire's actually played an excellent game, in my opinion, under
getting Tianyu, diplomatically to get Tianyu not to hit the med when she was only building armies in Rome.
Yeah. Really good.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah,
good.
definitely.
Claire might even beat Tianyu depending on who ends up getting the Eastern Centers.
Army Venice as well, still trusting Tianyu and his fleets. Well, not completely. As Claire moves back into Ionian as Tianyu forces Tyrrhenian Sea. Tianyu does move completely away from Micah now, back towards Claire. He probably wants second place, which is actually helpful score-wise, so I get it. Micah moves down into Sev. Seems like Peter is like, no, I don't like you, Claire, more. Micah, you can take what you want. Meanwhile, Claire takes Bulgaria, moves all the armies down towards Serbia, so looking like Claire might lose a few things to France's switching direction, especially with Galicia being forced as well as Bohemia and Tyrolia being moved into. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be EF getting back on board to clip Claire's wings a bit.
Now we're seeing Peter play that mythical creature, Pink Turkey. One of my favorite powers to play.
Seems like Peter's trying to make Micah a massive threat as he lets Micah into Romania, saying, Claire, you've hurt me for too much for too long. Micah, try and solo this board, please. Meanwhile, Tianyu walks into Vienna, walks into Piedmont, means that Venice is guaranteed. However, actually, no, there is a rebuild for Claire, so it's not guaranteed. Meanwhile, Micah moves back to make sure that Kiel and Berlin are holdable. And it seems like Claire still isn't too fussed with Tianyu, as Tianyu does move back out of Tyrrhenian Sea, so a bit confused with exactly what Tianyu's wishes are around that, but yeah.
Yeah.
We have the overrated Darcy, Peter McNamara, saying, yeah, he supports Micah soloing this board.
If Micah wanted to solo this board, she had to make a series of different decisions in the last 2 game years, I think.
I mean, it needs to be Kiel and Berlin being armies, not fleets.
Yeah, and you need to build fleets there. And realistically, you need to have left a couple more units around Silesia, Bohemia, try to take Munich and Holland. It was maybe possible, but Tianyu was playing pretty cagey, so I don't think Tianyu would have allowed it. But I think here I don't think Micah is going to solo this board.
I mean, Micah also got the tied board top in round 1, so Micah doesn't really care, I think, about soloing.
Yep. But she'll take Budapest and Armenia. I mean, boy, you know, if I'm Tianyu, I'm maybe not playing it quite like this. I don't really think Micah's gonna solo, but if she's gonna, and Peter's gonna throw her Ankh in Smyrna, and she's gonna be in Budapest, and she can take Vienna from you now, and I don't know.
Peter can put her to 17. It's then up to Micah to take that 18th.
Yep. But Holland's pretty gettable.
Well, maybe less so with Roe now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Peter's doing his part of the bargain.
Holy crap. Yeah, there's Ankara and Smyrna for Micah and Budapest. So she's up 3. Micah's now on 16. Boy.
16, I'm not sure I see how to get more than 16 without... Yeah, especially after Claire gets con here. That's pretty big for defensively.
If you wanted to do it, this isn't the moves, right? It would be north to London, Eddie to north, Kiel to Helgoland, Denmark to Kiel, right? Something like that. If you're going to go for it, you need to be able to try... You need to at least compete for Holland. And that can kind of get Tianyu having to do too many things with their units, and then maybe you go for Vienna instead, or Serbia or something. Yeah. I mean, it's a hell of a score either way. Like you're saying, like Micah is going to get 16, right?
Yeah.
Micah, yeah. After that shared top in round 1.
Is there any way to get... No, I don't see an 18 here now. It's gone.
I don't think so.
There we go.
What a game.
What a game. Good game, Micah. I think she played Tianyu perfectly. And I think Claire got the best that Claire could get out of that, I think, as well.
Yeah. Me
Yeah,
too.
so I think shout out. All three played pretty well. Tianyu did seem to read Micah not wanting a solo or caring about a solo pretty well at the end there to secure second place for himself.
Good stuff. Alrighty. That was our only long format board for round 3. We're sort of going to jump through the rest of round 3 and 4, do them a little bit shorter. I will swap this around.
I don't see Sullivan, so Darcy, it's you and me, kid.
Mm-hmm.
And
Ed is back in all caps.
Oh,
he
good timing.
is back. All right,
Sorry about that.
Darcy,
Oh, you're
go
great.
feed yourself or something.
No.
Darcy,
Okay.
yeah.
I guess
I'll feed
Peter was
myself if you
overrated.
want.
I guess Darcy was right.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so this will be quick format, Ed. Do you want to take this one, or do you want to go for it, Johnny?
Let
Give
Johnny
that a
do
second.
it. Let Johnny
Yeah,
do
I'll do
it.
it. I'll do it.
I
Cool.
got to get warmed
Beautiful.
up to get into the speed round.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right.
All right, show us how it's done.
Let's do it. Who do we got? We got the Beast in Germany. We've got Nastia Styles, who is my favorite player in England, and Aurora Otsman, my other favorite player in France. Go them. Speedios in Turkey, Hilliers in Italy. Great players. Let's see what they do. In the fall, what do they do? Nothing of significance. 3 builds for Joshua and a bounce in Sweden, looking Western Tripoli. In the south, meh. AI versus RT, I think. You're good. Yeah, keep going. I think it's a Western Triple. Nope. Germany says no Western Triple for me. I'm going against France, but France and England both thought it was, so that's fun. And it's an AIR now in the East. And Richard Bolton in Austria has taken Bulgaria and Munich. That's a hell of a turn for Austria. The West is a war of all against all. That's what you don't want to do if you're in the West. So Bolton on top here, I think. Yeah. Aurora back into the West. Germany scrambling. Nothing much in the North. And Richard Bolton is still killing it, moving everything east to go attack Karsten successfully.
Olympus Season 3 extended deadline finalist, so he knows how to play the game.
Sure seems to, right? It's a setback. It's a setback for Richard. It's a big setback. Loses Rum, loses Bull, gets Warsaw, loses Munich. So being taken down to size here by the rest of the board. And in the West, Aurora's looking good. Aurora's looking good, and Joshua's coming back. Joshua's in the East, but there's still no triple. It's still chaos in the West. And Richard's regaining the position. Speedio can do little. There's going to be a super late convoy to Syria. Aurora is going to take Tunis. And yeah, it is EF and FG at the same time. I can't explain it. What I do know is that, God, what a game for Richard. He's up 2, down 2. It's chaos everywhere. Germany's in Warsaw. It's
The
chaos.
down 2 are
It's
home
huge.
centers.
That's right. And boy, I think maybe it's now really an EF for real this time. Germany's adventuring in the East. That's not good. And England's consolidating the position. France is consolidating the position. Yeah, I think we've finally decided to do an EF, and I think
I
the
don't know.
East.
Why is Kiel not taken? I don't understand. There's the 2 different Germany's
It's-
helping.
It's
France,
2v2.
England's help-
2v2.
Okay.
Yeah. The EF continues. Not looking too bad here, really, for Russia. Aurora messes up the tactics against Italy, but that's not that big a deal. Yeah, 2 builds for E, 2 builds for F. So it turns out when you're on a board and no one's doing anything, it's good to find an ally and do stuff. Nice.
Tough for the beast. Down 3, left on 1.
Yeah, tough for the beast. That's the game. So if you're being attacked by EF, the lesson of this game is to avoid concentrating on Warsaw and Vienna, although the beast survives in Vienna. So, you know, could have been worse.
Could have been worse. That's it. Alrighty. Next board. We have this lot. You ready to go, Ed?
Yeah, overrated Darcy. Thomas, who showed us something the last time. Casey, Jason's good. Lorenzo, I don't know you. Oh, a little guy named Jamal in Russia, seemingly always playing Russia. And Max, okay, it's going to be a good game. Apparently not, though, since we're doing it short form. Okay, you can just roll. Let's see. Max is in Romania and Bulgaria. And clearly got a little IT action going here, but Thomas has gone all in on the anti-Russian thing. France with 3 builds.
Convoy to Rum is pretty crazy over the Black Sea. I don't see that every day.
You do not. Okay. You can roll it. All right. Looks like a Western triple here. That's what I'm saying, versus an Eastern alliance of some sort. Okay. Austria is killing. Austria and Italy just fighting. Meanwhile, this is a Western. Jamal loses St. Petersburg. France has got a killer attack on Italy right now. Oh, I'd like to be Casey. Who would say that they'd rather be Casey than Jamal in a game? But I don't know Casey, and I'm pretty impressed with him. And Brandon says he's got a good vibe. Okay. Western triple continues. East is just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic right now. Let's go. It's a pretty good position for a Western triple in 1903, being in Naples, Rome, Ionian, Warsaw. I was going to say a little thin on the center of the board, but I think that's Jason being pretty smart. All right. Okay, I don't see any stabs. Johnny will tell me when there's a stab. Keep going.
I see nobody in Tunis in 1904, 1905.
It's unoccupied. Yeah, that's hilarious. Okay, it's still a Western triple. It just seems slow. Part of that is Germany and France just being like, hey, we're just chilling.
Germany and France being the IT that ran really well earlier in the tourney as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, it's slowed down. Been a boring 2 years. Here we
Tunis.
go. We got Tunis by retreat. You forced me into Tunis. England finally takes. No, do they? No, they don't take Moscow. In fact, they lose Warsaw. It's pretty slow right now. They can get it together if they put some forces into play. And they do in 06. Okay, keep going. There we go.
Oh, Darcy.
Yeah, Darcy loses Venice, loses, but does get Budapest. All right. Now we got some armies game.
Another earlier draw.
Yeah.
Why does Thomas draw at 6? Thomas, listen, buddy. Instead of doing these 3 fleet things, go there and get your center. There was plenty of growth for everybody. You needed to advocate for yourself more, as Johnny said. But other than that, not horrible, except for letting Darcy live.
Good for Casey. I mean, if I'm Max and Russia agrees to convoy me into Rum in 01 and I end on this result, that sucks. You know?
Yeah, a bit of a flat line for Max and Turkey. Got to 5, and then it just stalled out.
It's too
But
bad.
yeah, again, Jason and Casey working really well together. It might
Yes.
establish a bit of a rep. We might have to watch that in Australia. We'll have to see what happens. All right, that is it for round 3. Now we
I was
have.
quicker.
Yeah, you
That
did
was
good.
very-
You did good.
Very nicely done, Ed. Yeah, round 4, board A. I'll swap yours around again.
Conrad
and-
Woodring, France.
Playing. He's qualifying for the DBNI.
That's probably what it is.
That's exactly what it is. By the way, Chris Kelly last time won the guess the name of the top board based on the names of the qualifiers. So you're all on watch. Chris Kelly's the one to beat. Let's do it. We got Conrad and Wes. Those are names to watch. Noam Brown in Austria, world champion right now. Valdemar's got a good score so far. Let's see the moves. Pretty boring stuff. Munich holds. That's not what you like to see. I don't know why. St. Pete went to Finland. They get punished for it. Yeah, everything looks agreed in the East. 2 armies for Germany. So EF against Valdemar. Yeah, definitely. And an AIR, I think, in the East. Does that continue? It does. A beautiful traditional Lepanto right into Syria. You like that. Conrad's playing it slow, holding off. And Wes's position looks great. Wes is growing too.
While he takes Trieste as a trade,
That's right.
I guess.
I guess, but if you're Noam, I don't know why you give that trade.
I don't do that if I know.
No.
But he's smarter.
Yeah, still looks good for Wes. Wes gets everything he wants. Wes is working with Lorenzo. You'd love to see this if you're Wes. Conrad is playing super slowly, and Ian is kind of moving his way west, but maybe or maybe not. Noam's into Munich and into Con. So, yep, Noam is smarter than both of us. That's confirmed. Conrad finally gets Belgium. Playing footsie with Ian. We'll see. I think Conrad's getting ready to stab Wes, but we'll see if he can. Nope. I stand corrected.
The opposite.
Conrad's into the med, and I don't think he's going to win that fight. So good luck to Conrad. Meanwhile, Noam full stabs Russia. That's going to have a big impact. And Noam walks out of Romania into Ukraine. That is not the most efficient thing I've seen, but that's okay. Yeah, a lot of holding in the north. Those are bizarre tactics from Conrad. I have no idea what happened there. Maybe a misorder. Wes continues to improve the position. Noam kind of does too. Stacks on Russia, as Darcy would say. That is convoys everywhere, but no centers are changing hands, I think.
Love the double convoy by West there, by the way. To Prussia
Exactly, yeah.
too.
It's beautiful. West has easily the best position, I think. Too much footsie between Ian and Conrad.
There was a comment saying that Western Med was a deliberate piff to get the rebuild.
Makes sense, sort of. And Wes is back because Wes can't go one turn without convoying. It's contractually obligated. There's another one. It's back. It's in Norway. Wes is just having fun. He takes 2. Great game for Wes. He's looking good.
Massive deception by West from the spring to the fall. Impressive.
Yeah, it's great. I think he's going to gun for St. Pete, and this board's pretty well. The question is this consensual from Noam that's taking up Trieste? Yes, maybe.
Hard to say.
Hard to say. Yeah, they're still together. We're moving towards a draw, right? Like they're locked in Italy and France. Yeah, they're gonna take Rum and Sev, go up 1 more each. Wes in now, making sure that he's on top.
There you
Yeah.
go.
That's money from Wes. That's exactly how you do that. Beautiful play.
Loving those convoys. So many convoys.
That was awesome.
Alrighty, on to round 4, board 2. Here we go. Ed, take us away. Tell
Man,
us how
Chris
it's done.
more educated than I am because I have no idea what these names are on these boards. All right, let's go. Okay, nothing. Munich. That's a 3 build with Munich for France. Good job, Katie. I guess Katie lied to someone. Just keep that in mind, everybody. And Romania to Austria. 3 build Austria. Oh, no, they lent Trieste. Okay. Katie gives up Ruhr, so she's friendly. It's an EF, but looks like Italy is all in against France here. That'll slow that part down. Turkey doing well. We got a little bit of an AT going on here. What's Russia doing? Okay. How'd Katie do? That's what I'm looking for. Okay, you can just keep going. I mean, they're just struggling with each other right now. Let's see who wins. All right, McAllis getting into Kiel and to Sweden. That looks really good. His allies slow down, just like McAllis likes. All right. Who do you like? I like McAllis, I think. Okay. Italy's in Munich. Seems somewhat good for Stefan there. Gets another build, but I think is about to be kicked out. I bet that happens. Yep. Germany gets back into Munich. McAllis goes to Livonia. Good. Loses Kiel. Not good. Especially when he didn't have to, when Denmark could have covered it. So maybe this is agreed. Could be an agreement here. To get Katie something? I bet you that's agreed.
Yalta walks out of Greece as well.
Yeah.
The question is, can EF crack this? Seems like everybody else against EF except for Russia. It's all just line play right now. This might be a quick draw. Nothing.
That's it.
Wait
Wait a minute. No,
no orders means I think it's a draw. Oh, so keep going. 7.
still going. Yep.
Austria's got the runaway strategy right now. That could help if EF for EF now, and it does. They get into Silesia. Looks like McAllis is going to try and get St. Petersburg, even though Russia's been helping. Boring.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Nothing to see here, folks.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we forced this draw. This board gets an official boo from the TDs. Boo.
It's pretty lame.
Yeah. I mean, Katie tops. So if you're Katie, you can't be that mad. But everybody else, boo.
Yeah, getting
7
the top
center.
out of it's
I wouldn't
not
even be
bad,
happy
but
with a 7 center top.
yeah, 08, 7 centers. That's a lot. That's a lot of time. Alrighty.
I had people DMing me about other. Yeah, I think it's over. I had people DMing me about when draws can be forced in like 1903. Not good. Boo.
Alrighty. Board C, round 4.
All right, this can't be worse. So we got Craig, we got Bennick, Jacobson in Austria, Speedio in Italy. Let's see it. Wildcard playing England. DMZ in Galicia, Northern Open. Wow. England says, France is going all out on England. Very cool. 3 builds for Craig. And Fast AI. And FG, cool FG moves. Yeah, channel convoys Belgium to Wales, Spring 02. That is good. That's a thumbs up for me. Looking good for Russia in the north. It's an AIR in the east, I think. Germany is in North Sea. Wales gets popped, but Germany's position is still really good. Craig's feeling good. The AIRs. Convoy straight into Smyrna. That's gotta feel good. England drops into West, and Wales convoys over English Channel and North Sea into Norway. So
awesome.
it's an English convoy. It's completely awesome. And it's going to be a Western triple advantage FG. Yep. And that's how it continues. Benek is being ground down. Poor Benek. And yeah,
It's like there's 6 people working together in Turkey. So
pretty much. Pretty much. All right, they're going to squabble over Craig centers now. I somehow biffed the tactics there. So, okay. I mean, there's nothing happening in the war between Italy and France. Those two powers have to figure out something else to do. But they don't do that yet. Instead, you just have repositioning, right? Patrick's moving up to the line. Mikkel is keeping Berlin. It's pretty much positioning. Munich turns Russian, so it's a good position for Craig, but he's lost it in the triples fight. The air is still rolling. Yeah. Nobody's moving in the med. Nobody's gonna move in the med. Ever. Liverpool goes to Phil, but with consent. One can only assume.
Stuff bouncing Lyon, bro. We don't need to be doing that.
Well, I mean, Kiel, it goes Russian here. So somehow the EF, the West, has just completely biffed the defense. I mean, the EF could have defended if they wanted to, but this is all wrong. And I think Patrick's going to stab Russia now. That's what this is.
I think Patrick's going to do. I think Patrick is stabbing Russia. Right?
Yeah, I think Patrick is stabbing Russia here. And I think Patrick's with Italy, right?
Ankara, Sev, Warsaw. Like he doesn't. He only has 2 places to build.
Oh no! Nope.
You're just getting a better stab on the right.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And Craig is still just collapsing, right? Yeah, but down to 2 centers. It's brutal. England's doing way better than Craig. That's brutal. You hate to see that.
England, the Janissary.
That's right. Yeah.
I wonder what those conversations are like. What England? What should I do?
Yeah. Seems the teacher's become the master. They're still positioning in the north. Patrick still has the stab whenever he wants it. It's just a question of when, not if, in my opinion.
Patrick's topping this board.
Yeah.
In its current configuration.
That's right. All right, he's gonna do it slowly. Going to let Mikkel keep pushing into the north and string with other people. Yeah, it's great. It's great. And Jeff is winning the med war slowly but surely. His tactics are just better. I mean, there was no reason for Phil to be losing like this, but Phil is losing. So it's AI.
The West has had bad tactics. Sorry, guys, but not good enough.
They didn't have it together. That's right. And that keeps going. I mean, it's just a question of let's just keep pushing it, see when Patrick stabs. Not yet. We look at Mikkel's northern position. It's getting better and better. Boy.
Had to take him now. Couldn't let Mikkel build.
That's right. That's exactly right. And it's probably agreed. At this point, Mikkel just understands his role, right?
I wish my allies did.
Yeah, Patrick tops on 10. It's textbook. Austria tops the air. It's great. Can't complain. Good game from Jeff too. Jeff just couldn't outpace the stuff Patrick was doing in the East. It's great.
Alrighty. We will go to the next board.
Good job, Mikkel.
Fourth one of round 4.
All right, it's me. I'm looking at Justin Lohr, Rob O'Brien. All right. Mork I've seen before. Let's go, baby. Right to the channel. David some more. I don't know who you are, but I like it. I want some more. You don't see. All right, let's go. The Italian moves are a little strange. Okay. North Sea, good FG. Right there. That's beautiful work by F and G. So I'm calling FG. I don't know what it is in the East yet. All right. Maybe an RT here. Yeah. An RT. And then Convoy to Wales. Oh my God. George, what are you doing? Just all right, fine. Loses London and Liverpool. Justin takes Belgium. Is that a stab? I don't think so. Otherwise, we wouldn't see Fleet Marseille.
No, it's agreed.
Justin's got some problems now. Everyone's moving up to the line. Goodbye, England. Sorry, see you,
Bold.
George.
Bold from Austria, though, considering Turkey's position.
Pretty bold. Worked out for now. Austria's in Munich. That's good. And France is in London. So way to advocate for yourself, David Smore.
And France is in Tuscany.
Unwanted support, I think, by George into London. All right. Still an FG. Don't know where Russia is in all this. Italy. This is a really good takedown of Italy by
Yeah,
by
I like
France.
the back convoys in the fall and convoys again in the spring. That's really good.
Brutal.
Okay. Russia fighting Germany here. I think Italy got Rome back. 2 minutes, 2:30.
Who wants to play diplomacy? Not me. Not me. 1904, that's enough. I think Turkey is crazy to draw. I think France could have a lot more, but I guess you're on top. You can't guarantee
You
that's
got
going
to
to
take
last.
it if you're France, but
I think Russia can keep going for more. I mean, if everybody's done playing, then I guess you stop playing because we're playing a board game here. But if you're trying to win the tournament and you're playing Turkey or Russia, boy. But congrats to David.
Yeah, there you go. A top on 8 in 04. That's pretty good.
I put that on Russia and Turkey. They should have kept playing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Last board of round 4. Five boards for round 4. That's really good.
I see Darcy Morris. Also, this board is called Murcia. I'm still waiting for somebody to call the top board name. Looking at Christian, looking at Bradley in Italy, looking at Isaac Jukes in Turkey, looking at Darcy in England, and rooting for all the people whose names I know less well.
Christian and Bradley is going to be hilarious to watch.
Yeah. Bouncing Burgundy, probably agreed. Good for France. Bradley immediately opens against Christian, which, is probably what I would do. And Isaac opens immediately against poor Caden. So probably IT right off the bat. That's how I read that. Isaac gets somehow snookered here, but that's okay. The position's fine. Bradley picks up 2. Bradley's looking good. Surprise, surprise. The West just picks up their builds. What else is happening here? Isaac is into Serbia. Congratulations, McCallus. McCallus has taken the throne from Chris Kelly. The top board name is Cortuva. So Isaac's looking good into Serbia. The West is an EG. The West is an EG. Yeah. So let's see how that goes for Darcy. looking so good so far, but the IT is going to look pretty good. It's actually IRT right now, right? It stacks on Christian Brown, which is totally sensible play. Sorry, Christian. So somebody's going to get cut in the East. It's probably going to be Russia, but let's find out.
It ain't going to be Bradley.
No, it's not going to be Bradley. That's for sure. That's for sure. I like Christian keeping Fleet Aegean. Screw it. Try to do something fun. Yeah, they're all working together. They're going to pop that Fleet and Sev. That's dangerous business if you're Caden. But I guess you're also getting EG'd, so like, what are you going to do, right? And Andreas is just getting squeezed on every side. Andreas doesn't have a prayer. It's too bad. Bradley's picking up Vienna. They turn on. That's the turn on Russia right there, right? So everybody's building. IT's big. Darcy is actually, this is great for Darcy, to be honest. Right? Because there's kind of one big powerful person in the West against two big powerful people in the East.
I was going to say, let's see if France turns, and they did. And I
Yeah.
think this is smart for Andreas.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? You got to try something.
Oops, sorry.
No, that's fine. They're
It's
just
fine.
continuing the
Keep
position.
going.
Yeah, continuing the position. Isaac's looking good. Bradley's looking good. Boy, the IT is looking good, isn't it? But Darcy still looks good too. I'm not picking up any builds here, and the question is going to be, how does Darcy treat Germany? So let's find out.
Darcy always looks good.
It's pretty unstoppable for Bradley to stab Turkey here, so I think he's got to keep going.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we could, I mean, it could just kind of stalemate here. This might be what the board looks like. Because I mean, stabbing Germany at this point for England is a really dangerous game.
You can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's just stalemates all across everywhere.
Boom.
That's a quick one, but that one actually, that's the correct draw, right? Nobody can make a move on anybody else. Maybe diplomatically, if you're IT, you can try to jockey for one center, but it's a locked game. They just cleaned up and drew.
Just a little bit of props here to Isaac. Isaac's game has a tendency of collapsing in the mid game, and it didn't this time. And I'm happy for him.
Very nicely done. Alrighty. I will bring Darcy back to the stage. And
Yeah, I mean, that one sucked a bit. Like, it just drew because there was, like, no way that anything could happen, and I just so happened to not be on the quicker side, center count-wise. So that sort of sucked. But, I mean, I had fun playing with Germany, and it was a good game. So, yeah.
All right.
Good stuff. All right.
Bye, Johnny.
Have a break. And I will bring up, this one will be a longer format.
Round 5.
Here we go. Ed, if you want to kick us off with the players and
Max is
so on.
Austria. Zoe are, surging players. Zoe. Turtle Lions, who's done good and bad. Julian. We got Justin, KG. Jonathan Soon, you guys know him, the Australian, and then we got my boy Keith. Keith and Justin had an AT at Dixie, but it was stress filled. I wonder. Keith has said his Turkey play is to be all anti-Russia as a sop to Italy. Let's see if he does that now. If he just goes all in against Russia, he does. And he might be able to work with Justin here, but he thinks that, well, if you go in against Russia, it might take pressure off AI sticking together. Northern opening by England, everything else pretty standard. Okay, so I hate this Bulgaria to Romania thing. I wish Keith hadn't agreed to that. Everyone wants England and Belgium. 2-2-2 in the West. I guess we got to see what the alliance structure is in 02 or 03.
Fleet rest.
Those builds suggest, actually, they don't suggest anything. It suggests England wanted to do an EF, but the French build suggests they want to do an EG, an FG, so maybe an FG here.
It was made in the comments that Keith played a game with Jonathan earlier in the tournament, so maybe that's dictated his vibe for this game.
All right, in 02 we have I'm still not completely 100% sure what the alliance structure in the West is. Denmark moves to Skagerrak and Kiel goes to Denmark to sort of disguise exactly what Germany's intentions are. Meanwhile, there is a line up around Burgundy and Ruhr and Belgium, so maybe it is an EG. We have Russia move into Norway and Norway move into St. Pete. Meanwhile, in the east, we have Justin and Max moving against Turkey. It seems like there is now an air forming in the east as a fleet is put into Romania. However, Warsaw does move into Galicia, which sort of goes against that idea. It's not looking too good for Keith here. In fall, we have Max taking Con. Justin convoys all the way over to Syria. And Keith is down to 2 centers.
Keith is dying.
Yeah, Keith is dying. Meanwhile, in the west, we have Jonathan keeps a hold of Norway, but does lose Sweden and St. Petersburg. Julian decides it is time to FG as Belgium is taken by France, and Julian taps north to make sure that Norway is not lost. Meanwhile, Turtle Lions moves on Liverpool. However, Edinburgh's failed convoy means that can be defended.
Well, not the convoy to Wales. So that's what
true.
Turtle Lions does, but kind of at the wrong moment here with Italy now coming in. So Justin read that sort of well, but it can be defended from Burgundy. Marseille can be defended from Burgundy, but not what Turtle Lions wanted to see. Meanwhile, Austria, pretty good game, getting into Ankara already, and Keith down to 1. Keith down to 0. 03 Turkey for let's see. Turtle Lions defends everything, which is good. Nice little attempted convoy from Piedmont, by the way. Wouldn't have worked, but I like to see it. Russia gets St. Petersburg back.
This is a really nice German position.
Yeah, France gets Liverpool here. I forgot to mention it.
All right, let's move on.
It's funny that when one witch is under stress, the other witch always seems to be under stress.
All right, Julian's position continues to grow in strength as he now has Edinburgh guaranteed in full. Meanwhile, his French ally is struggling against Italy and a dying England, so that's always good for. It's always good if you're going to be in a better position than your ally without having to hurt them. Meanwhile, Austria stabs Russia, takes Romania. It looks like we have an AI. However, Justin just likes to move to Aegean just to check out the area, I guess. Definitely not going to make a move on anything. And yeah, we see a few arranged bounces in Ruhr and maybe Bohemia sort of area. So let's move on to 4.
Germany should support Wales to London here. Instead,
No.
Jackson.
Germany stabs,
Yeah.
cutting some sort of deal with the East most likely, and this is an awful turn for Turtle Lions as he loses Belgium, loses Spain, loses Brest, gets bounced out of London. So Julian well and truly in the driver's seat in the West, and still everyone is focusing away from Germany. So this is looking like a good game ahead for Germany. Meanwhile, in the East, Justin decides not to take a little stab at Greece and continues with the AI as Austria continues to fight over Galicia. However, there is a bounce. Meanwhile, he moves into Black Sea to put pressure on Sevastopol.
Yeah, a really tough turn for Turtle Line, so it's just going to hurt. Justin has a very nice position. Ed.
It increases Germany's all in against France here. Germany taking Warsaw. Julian, I don't know who you are, but good job. Justin in Marseille. This is looking good for Germany, Italy, and Austria. What's the end game here is the big question.
Well, I'm looking at Julian's position, and he's got London, Paris, Warsaw, Brest most likely, well within reach. Probably Liverpool because France is dying. So this is looking like a big score incoming for Julian. But the AI could change things up. I'm not
They can
sure.
pin him back. He can't fight them all.
Yeah. I'm just going to assume that Greece is a swap, is a trade because Sev's being taken. We'll see.
So as long as AI stick together, then it should be good.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. But that's a big qualifier as long as they stay together. In the fall, let's see. Germany this time takes Brest, leaves Warsaw to go to Moscow. Not seeing much else.
Loses Norway.
Loses Norway. Doesn't take London. Couldn't actually. So yeah, it's the three of them. The question is, what's going to happen after this?
Bulgaria is very strange as well from Justin. I'm not sure what that is. Because now Con's under threat.
Well, it could have been. He could have taken Con the last time, so I don't quite know why he did that, but I'm sure he has his reasons.
All right. Justin looks like he's sort of stabbing Austria here. Doesn't see any more centers in the West.
It's a stab.
Yeah. So this is getting to dangerous territory now. With this stab as Julian takes Paris, takes London, breaks Austria in Sev, walks into Tyrolia, is going to have a shot at Liverpool, depending on what Wales does.
I don't know why Justin's stabbing.
Yeah,
this only helps Germany. They had Germany
this is Germany looking at like potential solo threat, even depending on how forgiving Austria is. This is a threatening game now.
That's yeah. I don't.
In full, we have Norway gets retaken by Julian. Jonathan is still working with Germany, however, as Warsaw vacates to Galicia, meaning that it's going to be easier for Germany to take Warsaw as well. Meanwhile, Austria helps Germany into Trieste. This is getting solo territory, very, very fast, very scary position here. Max takes Bulgaria. So I think, but Justin takes Greece. So I think there's two, they're losing two, gaining two each. So going absolutely nowhere, except into Germany's pocket. And yeah, this is looking dangerous. This is what, like 14 centers now for Germany.
I think Mid-Atlantic should have at least tapped Brest. There's no reason to support Portugal. It's not under threat.
Up 4 for Julian.
14 with St. Petersburg, Liverpool, probably Warsaw. This is getting close. It's getting close. We need to see Justin and Max make up.
If they can't make up, it's a solo. If they do make up, it's no way a solo. He doesn't have 4. If AI makes up. Okay. It seems like they kind of made up. So now it's Germany sort of racing as best they can. Has Liverpool in pocket. Can take is already in St. Petersburg, maybe Warsaw. They got to defend Sevastopol. I guess they can take Trieste back here. So let's see what happens in the fall. But they're going to have to do something. Otherwise, it's. Oh, that was not good tactics. In any event, Germany loses Trieste, but gets Venice, Warsaw, St. Petersburg, and Liverpool. So am I reading this correctly?
I'm not sure what Black Sea is doing coming back to Con, and I don't know what Greece is doing going to Bulgaria.
Anyways, I'm reading it as 17, unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, this is 17, and it's all about defending. Is this actually defensible? Vienna needs to be held, and I don't think it can, especially with
We've got
Russia.
an Italian center problem too. Yeah, I mean it's some guesses, but like I think he's got it. Depends on which center he wants.
Justin takes Venice back, but I don't think he can really keep it. Justin takes Ankara for whatever reason. I think he's over the game probably. And Julian just gets in position for the solo. This is poor. This is poor defense against the solo for a solo threat from the east.
Yeah, they're not on the same page, which is how solos happen.
Yeah. And Julian retakes Venice, gets Vienna, and that's the solo. Well played to Julian.
Who is Julian? Does anyone know? Do you guys know Julian?
Julian's from Chicago, local club player. Went to DipCon, did well at DipCon.
Good for him, man. It's a hell of a game.
Just as high in the chat.
Julian's not even a known member of his own family, let alone diplomacy. So I'm happy for him.
Nah, that's awesome. Especially as Germany pulling out a 18 center with strong players on the board too, like Justin and Max and Zoe, Keith as well, like and Jonathan. He's a name too, like. Yeah, pulling it off on a board with names like that, you wouldn't really think it would happen. Alrighty.
Now,
so yeah,
funny thing is, the solo could have actually been defended that turn if Trieste support held Venice. Oh no,
because self-bouncing in Serbia, they gave it to him.
Yeah, they basically gave it to him. Yeah.
He earned it, but he earned obviously. But yeah, the other players quit. Bunch of quitters.
Alrighty, I am going to attempt Magical Powers as host to see if I can pull up the standings.
I believe in you, Brandon.
I think
I could actually see the smoke coming out of Brandon right now. Stress. You're supposed to be cool and calm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is correct.
Yeah, pretty sure. Fuck it.
Fuck it. It's just VDC.
It's just VDC. If it's important, Darcy would be playing him.
I'm gonna add Johnny in so they can go off at me when I wreck it. But here we go. I believe these are the standings currently.
Yeah. Yes. I tentatively yes. I'm looking at my own score, and that is yes, that's correct. I'm looking at my score, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm
How are
looking
you
at
in the
board.
top 10? Every game I've seen you in, you sucked.
Hey,
He's slimy, Ed. He's slimy. There we go.
what can I
So,
say? It's time for, you know.
Micah having some excellent board tops, taking the lead there. I'll let you guys work your way through the.
Well, Michaelis is saying that ain't Michaelis' score. So I'm not sure if this is.
We don't care. Honestly. We got a good enough idea. Johnny, you're muted.
Shit. Micah, McCallis, Katie, Julian, they're doing well. Take it off the screen before.
Alrighty.
Those are scores through some amount of games that have been
I
played.
just want everyone to notice Johnny. I want to give a little perspective on Johnny right now. When you play with Johnny, Johnny's like the coolest kid. He's your friend. He's doing everything, just like he is here. But he's also a bit of a producer. He's a control freak, and we see that too. And that's the part, that's the winning edge that he brings in these games. Don't let Johnny fool you.
That's right. I'm a great ally unless you start doing something that I didn't explicitly tell you to do.
I worked it all out.
Alrighty. We've got one more longer format game to do in round 5, and then we'll have 2 short format ones. I can't remember who has
Darcy's
been on
turn
for a while.
to Darcy's turn to go.
Bye, Darcy.
Don't let him
Okay.
talk.
Nah, we don't need that. So this is round 5, board C. This one will be longer format as well. Yeah. Ed, did you kick us off first last time? I think you did.
Don't remember, don't care, but I like the East here with Katie and Jamal and Wes and Aurora. That's going to be great to watch. I don't know how that's going to go. Katie and Jamal have a habit of topping boards, so I'd be curious to see how well they work together. I don't remember them working together much in the past. And then Wes, so does Jackson, and we have Liam, who's sort of up and coming, and Blake, who I think I've seen in this tournament, but not before. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh, okay. Well, we Jamal going full Andrew Goff. Let's see here. France is in the channel announcing the intentions. Let's see. That's about it. Those are the things I'm looking at. Belgium, London. Oh, good job by Liam. Going to London, England deciding to bounce Belgium. That's an ouchie. And we have what I hate here, Aurora and Katie. I can't tell you how much I hate this, which is it's a loan of Trieste for momentum against Turkey. It is not loaning Trieste so you can also take Tunis. That would bother me to no end if I was Katie.
Especially Tunis with the fleet. I mean, this is almost just a declaration of war. If I'm Austria, if you do this to me, this is war.
No, I'm not saying it's the wrong play, but I'm saying it's the wrong play if you're in an AI.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. Alrighty.
And then she built
take us
Fleet
away.
Rome. That's a little strange.
I think Fleet Rome is, hey, Jamal, I want to be nice to you, but I still want a fleet more than it is I want to attack France. I mean, France is getting a really fast start. I wouldn't be surprised if Italy did attack France, but you kind of have to have an ally. And Jamal, one time I wanted to do an IT with Jamal, and he said, yeah, no problem. I'll just go out to Aegean so I could take Greece. And I said, no, you won't do that ever. not in my IT. And then me and Jamal fought the whole game. We both lost. I think that's what's happening here. I think that's what's happening here, but I think Jamal maybe does convince Aurora because Aurora is attacking Serbia with Bulgarian support, and like Katie says, Katie screws up the coast on Bulgaria also. So that's tough to see. In the West, Liam's looking good, already into Irish Sea. Jackson's looking good. He's picking up Belgium, looking like an FG. So yeah, good stuff. West is looking good too. And okay, this is interesting. Liam moves straight into the North Sea out of the English Channel. I think this is probably arranged with England
And Germany.
right? Yeah, but like I don't want France in the North Sea if I'm Germany in an FG. Like I don't think maybe Germany agreed to it, but I don't think Germany wanted it. I don't think Germany should have wanted it. So I don't know. We'll see what that means. But I don't think they're going to war. So maybe Jackson's just more chill than I am. Like Ed said,
It may have just meant to cut north because Denmark was theoretically under threat, but then Denmark moved. So it's hard to know.
Yeah, I think everybody knew this was going to be the arrangement. It's just a question of what are they going to do with it now, right? Also Jackson's in Galicia because why the hell not? And it looks like they're flipping all of that weirdness in the East into an AIR against Jamal, which is sensible.
Smart of Aurora and Katie to get back on the same page. Not that they ever were, but to get on a page together.
All right, there we go. There's the build.
Surprised Jackson built 2 armies.
Me too.
Okay, as we move into 03, let's see. England takes North Sea back, retreats to Norwegian. Meanwhile, Liam's setting up for Liverpool here. Jackson moving back to Denmark. Everyone's being cautious, so I think that's not a bad idea for them. Beautiful convoy from Aurora to Syria here, which could not have been stopped. I'm glad they saw that. And it looks like, the air is trying to get a jump on Jackson here. It's difficult to have an FG against a fully formed air. It's just difficult unless they let England back in on the action.
I'm salivating if I'm France. I mean, come on. Channel, Norwegian, Liverpool's a lock. No problems from Italy.
Those problems are about to come, though, if
Maybe.
if they don't figure it out.
Maybe.
So France does take Liverpool here. Germany does get Norwegian. So this is good for the FG. And how's this air doing? Oh, Jamal lost Bulgaria here. I'm not sure why Serbia didn't go to Bulgaria. It looks like she wanted it to go to Bulgaria, but that is really unfortunate for Katie. Not really unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I don't need the adverb. Just unfortunate.
I'd call it the Jade Buddha Peace Prize, except I don't actually think Katie meant to do this. But
unfortunate for Jamal walking out of con, probably expecting a bounce, but yeah, losing it. It's tough.
it's going to be Fleet Marseille, right? And they're probably going to go to war now, Italy and France.
Time to go to war with either Germany or Italy, and I think Italy's the better candidate with 3 units in Anatolia.
I think it's going to be I think it's going to be Italy either way. So, do you want to go to war with both of them or just one?
Right.
What do you reckon Jackson builds here? Just another 2 armies as you wave, put a fleet down?
Ooh.
That's the tough one now. You really need Liam to go after to move everything against Italy. I might wave. I probably build an army and wave.
I think Jackson maybe puts down a fleet and tells Liam to deal with it because that's the kind of player Jackson is.
That is kind of the way he is, which is why I love the guy.
Alrighty, let's find out.
Yes, lots. All right. Jackson
He's
playing
announced. He announced he's in love with Liam. Let's see
Yeah.
what Liam is.
Boy, it's a lot of. But if I'm Liam and Jackson self bounces Ruhr right here, I guess you got to do it because North Sea is sitting there. But like, boy, that's a lot of German armies that you can't defend against.
Yeah.
And Italy and France are at war, for sure. It's kind of a bad war for both of them. I kind of, if I was either of them, might be trying to avoid this, but you can see how it was hard to avoid based on the position.
Yeah,
West-
and does Italy get anchor here too? So, oh no, but Katie took Bulgaria this time. I mean, at this point, Aurora needs to be advocating for a build to get a fleet down.
I think so too. English Channel is going to be a problem for Liam. That's really unfortunate. Blake chose a person to punish, and
Gascony can cover it.
yeah, you're right. But then it can go to Mao. Let's see it.
No, but then he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Then he's dead. Yep. Other people know how to read these moves. So, okay. So West gets the build in Ankara. But I understand that because Jackson's pretty scary, and Jackson's getting pressure now, right? Jackson, they've got enemy armies in Bohemia, Tyrolia, and Silesia. I don't think Jackson's going to lose anything at home, but Jackson's pretty well bottled up. This really limits Jackson's ability to move, really gives France a lot more ability to move. I think it's all going to come down to the relationship between France and Italy. If they can disentangle, there's a lot that can happen here. If they can't, we'll see.
It's hard to say who's got the better end of this. I really like it through 04.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, they really needed Fleet North Coast, but they couldn't build there, obviously. Going into there, okay, so we have an air that's trying to disentangle. We didn't say goodbye to Jamal, but goodbye, Jamal. Goodbye, Blake. We see France doing well here with the unwanted support, so he could take Tyrrhenian Sea and get to Tunis, which and get to North Africa, which I think means maybe not with Eastern Med shifting back to Ionian, but in any event, good turn for France. Good turn all around for France because of all this pressure on Germany also.
Yep.
It's just got to be, you got to be patient here. And also good for France to let Germany into Burgundy, which is what I think was helping slow down this process, slow down the defense. But that line is kind of locked, not fully, but they're close to it.
Yeah. I mean, the question for Katie, it's like, how do you top this board from here for Katie?
You can't attack Austria.
Not like this.
Russia doesn't need all those units, but you really can't you can't do it.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you convoy, this is smart. You convoy Italy back to Naples. That's step one. Good job, Katie. She's very smart. She's a rocket scientist after all. Tunis did not go, but France did get into Western Med. Got 3 fleets there to, did get the Tuscan army piffed, which is unfortunate for Liam.
I think it's great because now you can build like Army Brest or something because you left Gascony, so you want to be able to cover Paris.
I think I would have self-bounced Marseille if I knew all this was happening.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Yeah, who do you think has it from here? Because we've got 2 on 8, 3 on 6. Only halfway.
I think it depends on who makes the first move and how the board reacts. It's either going to be a draw Or my prediction is the person who make the person who makes the first move will not top, but the beneficiary will. So draw or second beneficiary.
I think it's all about the relationship between Jackson and Katie, because Jackson has 2 fleets around the North Sea area to Liam's 0. Liam's trying to hold 3 English centers with 1 army, right? And Jackson's in Burgundy. So if Jackson can find any shred of flexibility to move west, Jackson's huge. Jackson is being held from doing that by Katie. So is there something Jackson can offer Katie where she can get more centers, he can get more centers? I'm not sure. Maybe they can collaborate on Russia, but that's really high stakes stuff for Katie. I don't know if you take that if you're Katie. Really dangerous. And Liam could still top too.
That's it.
Fleet Breast. Fleet Breast is
Fleet
good.
Breast.
Fleet Breast is good. Is anything going to happen here? West
Yes.
moves back into... is this a stab?
Got to be a
Is this-
stab.
is
Look
this
at
a stab?
Venice.
Oh,
Look at
Venice. I didn't see Venice. Okay. So this is what I was talking about. So Katie says, I can't top this board in its current configuration. I'm going to do something about it. Katie takes Venice. Katie takes Con. Katie will probably not get Smyrna because I assume West is going to get Smyrna out of this deal. But Katie also went to Galicia and has a walk into Romania.
She'll
So
take Rum. She'll take that deal. She'll go up 3. She'll be happy with it.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about between Katie and Jackson, right? Because now Jackson has nothing stopping him from attacking France, really. Except that France has Tunis and a Pith. But still, I think Jackson's probably going to attack Liam. So this just got broken open. I think
that G should stick together here. I see no reason for them not to at this point.
I think Jackson has more centers attacking Liam than he does attacking Wes.
I was thinking through the center of the board because I think Italy's going to turn everything on Austria.
Maybe.
But you're right. The relationship between Jackson and Katie is the key. I don't know the relationships.
Turning everything on Austria, but what can they actually turn on Austria? Like they've got a couple of fleets that are sort of, they've disbanded Con. Yeah.
Well, you mean Italy? Well, I mean,
Italy. Sorry, Italy. Yeah. What can Italy turn back on Katie?
I don't know. You can move crap around. You don't want the person who stabbed you to profit, so you'd rather the other people profit. You can throw centers.
Italy's going down to like 2 centers now, I think. Let's see the fall.
Right. Nope. Going down 3. Katie up 4.
Wes, what are you doing, man? Not taking Smyrna here.
I agree. Well, he couldn't have had Smyrna.
You needed to work that out.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
I agree. So Katie's up 4. Katie might be thinking she can build in Serbia. Yeah, I mean, I think Katie now is in the driver's seat in this game. Italy's down to 2, and Italy's still moving west. Look at those units, right? So Aurora said, "Fair enough. Thank you very much. I am still gonna work against Liam because it looks like IF are just totally locked into a war now." So huge for Katie. Katie probably has at least one of the Italian centers left and is going to be able to pretty effectively attack West too. I don't know what magic she worked on West. I really think it was Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah, I mean, did you talk about Paris, Germany? That's a stab, right?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, but Norway doesn't go to north.
Maybe disband York. I have a unit that's better than York. If you can, maybe that's the idea.
Well, Liam's up in Tunis, so it's just a transfer. So it's just giving the build to Germany instead of Liam. Okay. I think it might be one of those like rearranging the balance of power in the alliance type of stabs where Jackson says, I can take this and I'm going to. I'm going to be the one who tops the board out of our alliance, but we don't have to stop working together and you can be in second. That kind of deal, like a Micah kind of deal.
Possibly.
It's huge for Katie. It's huge.
-3 for Aurora Hertz as well.
That's bad.
Fleet Trieste.
Fleet Kiel.
And Fleet Brest.
I guess
Right.
Johnny's right. I think that Germany really has to go after France here. Katie's fighting Russia and Italy. If they could all stick together, I think that would be best, but that doesn't seem to be happening. If France, Germany, Russia, and Italy could work together, great, but I don't think that's happening. Otherwise, it's got to go after Germany's got to go after France.
Yeah. And St. Pete is a key disband here, right? That's showing that Wes is more upset at Katie. So Jackson might be able to get some centers in the north too. So Jackson is maybe in the best position actually on this board. And Katie doesn't have enough fleets to hold the med by herself either.
Second beneficiary.
Yeah.
But Katie will pull it out.
Alright.
She's got magic. Okay, so Jackson's moving all in against the East here, it seems. Doesn't care. Not particularly helping Wes. It is FG. Russia's against Austria. Everyone's against Austria now, so we'll see if this holds.
Everyone against Austria is great for Jackson.
Yes, it is. But Jackson is kind of giving up on those English centers for now.
Yeah, but those 3 fleets can come back. They're a lot closer than Liam's are.
Liam's going to take Paris back.
Sure
Oh,
is.
no. Okay, so we see Jackson stabbing France here.
Yep.
There's no other way to read that.
Yep.
France with no builds. Jackson taking St. Petersburg with an army, but I think with the fleet moving back to Denmark, it's a big advantage for Jackson. The question is whether Katie can leverage this and how mad Wes is right now at this whole thing. I'm not sure I would have attacked Wes here. I would have just helped him defend, but Jackson's a great player, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I think Liam overcommits here. I understand the temptation to do it because the med is so open right now, right? So if you can just pick up all those centers really, really fast before you get stabbed, you can get so many. But if I'm in this position as France, Gascony and first of all, I'm probably taking back Paris, but Gascony and Mao just stay there until we draw. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Because this way, it's going to be so difficult to defend.
It's 1907. It's so tempting to be. I can't blame Liam because we've all been there.
Oh yeah, I've done it.
And he's learning. But I don't know if I would have kept 2 back, but I would have kept 1 back for sure.
Yeah.
You just didn't need to be in all those spots. You didn't need to be Lyon, West, Tyrrhenian, Ionian, Tunis. You could have kept Mid-Atlantic. You could have kept that. Probably could have kept Lyon. You didn't need Lyon there either, as Johnny's point, but at least Mid-Atlantic needed to stay.
But it looks nice, though, having all your fleets down there. You're
Feels
open, but it feels good.
Yeah.
All right.
So now it's
Fleet
between
Kiel.
Jackson and Katie.
Fleet Kiel was expected.
Katie said they agreed to race, which totally makes sense.
It's looking like a race to me. It's really a lot's gonna come down to what Wes decides to do. And Wes decides to work with Katie. Huge. That's huge, right? So Katie made the first move and the board rallied against her. Jackson made the second move and the board rallied against Jackson. That's really, really important for Katie here, right? Because Jackson, well, I mean, I don't think Jackson's gonna lose Munich, but they're gonna be able to, again, like they did earlier, to limit his ability to maneuver. Liam.
Well,
is-
I wish Jackson had gone to Brest there. I understand why, but bouncing Burgundy would not have been so bad if that's what Marseille did, right? It would not have been bad, but it'll give you defense in the East if you needed it.
Yep.
And now you can't take Brest.
Yeah, but the key are the English centers, right? Because like you can just get all of those, and those 3 is just probably enough, even if you don't get Brest. And Liam doesn't even fully commit to moving back. Liam is still invested in this Mediterranean adventure, which I think is kind of a mistake. I understand the temptation to try to hold on to this position that you've fought so hard for. I think once Ionian gets dislodged, though, I think you got to pull it.
I really think that Katie should have made a deal here with Liam to put him into Tunis to get
Into Rome.
Into Rome. Sorry, yeah, but there's no guarantee he'd be allowed to build if that's the case, right? So
Yeah,
that's the problem. Oh well.
yeah. Yeah, Baltic, as people are noting, Baltic was really weird. Almost looks like a misclick for Heligoland or something. Baltic made no sense. Katie is moving into Warsaw and Moscow and taking Ankara. So Katie's just eliminating Wes. She used him for 1 turn and then just destroyed him. So that's nice work if you can get it, right?
Yeah.
Liam is taking Bulgaria. If I'm Katie, that's fine. Take Bulgaria. Go for it.
She's got to be fine with it.
Yeah, it's totally fine. It's not a problem. She'll probably get it back later. It's South Coast. It's no danger to you at all. You still have this Italian wild card, which you'd like to be making moves towards getting rid of at some point, but it's okay, one thing at a time. And Liam defends pretty well. Liam defends Brest. Liam defends Edinburgh. So they're only down 1. Germany's only up 1. So Katie's keeping pace. Actually, Katie's winning right now, I think.
Yeah, she's up 1, I believe. Maybe no, I'm not. No, I think she's up 1.
Or 2 even.
Up 3, down 1. She went up 2, and he went up 1.
Yeah.
Nice.
Spring 1909. Let's see here. Wes is back on Germany's side. But whatever. Sev is lost. Nothing else happens. Liam is somehow. I don't really understand the moves with Turanian and all the rest of it, but Jackson's trying to get the English centers. He's got three moves to try and see what he can get. Maybe Brest here. Curious moves by Katie bouncing in Piedmont. It shows some mistrust of France.
Yeah, I do. I do think that France, and look at like Ionian supports Bulgaria to Greece, right? Like France is just whatever. The 3 of them have been having these complicated diplomatic conversations, and Liam is just way too invested, right? Whatever it is that's been going on down there, there's just been a lot of intensity about it. And this bounce in Turanian, like you're saying, it's just like there's bigger.
It is pointed out that Warsaw could have been cut, but that West didn't ask for it. But I still don't understand why West wouldn't ask for it, nor why Jackson wouldn't give it. Kiel could have gone to Munich.
Yeah, I think Jackson wants to avoid locking up on the line, but why does Jackson even care? Yeah, it is weird that Warsaw wasn't tapped. I agree with that. That's weird. Because I would have popped Moscow. It would have been pretty good.
All right.
Edinburgh, Liverpool, surely going to Germany here, right? Yeah, and Brest.
Yeah.
That's the headline. Aurora, for your troubles of helping Katie the whole time. Katie took Rome. Liam takes Greece. Goodbye, Aurora. You did the best with the hand that you were dealt after Katie stabbed you. Goodbye, Wes, as well. Austria has officially won the East, but will she win the game?
Yeah.
Tough
Down
to
to
know.
3, right? You don't see that all the time.
Yeah.
It's
There we go.
Katie's if she wants
Still
it.
going.
It's still going. Jackson can get London here. Can he get anything else? I think the answer is no. I think he's just going to get his extra center, and Katie wins.
Katie can date Grace if she wants, but she probably doesn't have to. Yeah.
Done.
Congratulations, Katie.
Very nice.
Well deserved. We couldn't figure out a stab for you, but you figured it out for yourself, convoying that army. That was key. You deserved to win it.
Yeah.
Jackson, hell of a game. I wish Jackson had the opportunity to play more diplomacy because I love watching him play.
Me too. Great
Got to
game.
give a shout out. Like, that's excellent game from the two of them as well. But there's been a lot of big scores in the previous games as well. So everyone's pulling it out and doing their best.
Yeah, people are still waiting for it.
Yeah. Okay, so that was our last longer format game for a little bit. I will probably give you a break, Ed, if you want to go away for a bit, and we'll bring Darcy back in.
I want to stay.
You want to stay?
No, I'm just kidding with you. Get me out of here.
All right, too easy.
Sick of diplomacy. Patrick, come on the stream. We need you. All right, bye, guys. I'll be back
See ya.
if you need me.
So yeah,
Yep,
thank
no
you.
worries. Yeah.
I will have to commentate my own round 6 game maybe then.
How many more games we got?
Well, we've got 2 more of round 5, 3 in round 6, and 2 in round 7.
All right. Anybody
So we've
watching,
got-
if you want to commentate, DM me on Discord right now.
I think we're doing the rest of them all quick format, bar the last one in round 7.
All right.
So we
well,
should-
let
so
me and
we should-
Darcy will knock some out, and we'll deal with it later.
Here is our first one. Do you want to smash this one out straight away, Darcy, or?
Oh yeah, I'm happy to do that.
All right, nice.
We have world
Nice and
champion Noam Brown in Germany. We have Patrick in France, Jason in Italy, Claire in Austria, Craig Mann, Rob O'Brien in Russia, Turkey, and Brian Moore in England.
Okay.
All right. This is quick format, right?
Yep.
Nothing special anywhere. Burgundy DMZ Tyrolia gets moved into. In fall, we have instant hard move against Russia in the north from England. Other than that, not much happening except Turkey saying no Lepanto, please. And Italy takes both Trieste and Tunis. Same way Aurora did, except this time there's 2 fleets. 2 fleets from Italy, 2 fleets from France. Looks like Med is going to be stacked, maybe. Looks like that way. Med battle starts. In the meantime, Brian just pumps armies up into the north. Looks like an air, or not. Well, yeah, an air is formed in the east. And yeah, looks like some sort of Western Triple probably. Well, not looks like, is Western Triple. Convoy into Tuscany. Fleets continue to push into the Med, and people start to move towards the line. Western Triple versus non-Turkey East.
A cute little convoy of Kiel to Prussia there as well.
True. Nothing special. Med continues to do Med things. Meanwhile, armies are still being pumped through in the north. Turkey gets a little sneak into Sev here, which won't be appreciated by Russia. Other than that, Greece backfills Ionian. Yeah. a whole bunch of not much happening in the Med except Tuscany gets blown up, which is actually pretty huge because we have North Sea going to English Channel. So a rebuild for France is pretty needed just then. Meanwhile, just pushing around the center of the board from the east and west. And Turkey manages to keep hold of 7, gets a bill. Go Turkey. All right, we have a retreat out of the Med from Patrick. In the meantime, the West continues to push east as Galicia falls. And seems like Claire is pushing through into Tyrrhenian Sea. Interested to see what France is doing with this retreat. There's a bounce in Brest, another disband from Piedmont. Germany gets into Warsaw. Shout out Germany. Meanwhile, we have Austria forces Galicia out but loses Tyrolia in the process, and Claire moves out of Tyrrhenian Sea to go to Ionian. Not much happens except Galicia falls again. Rob moves to Black Sea, and there's more posturing back towards the Med. That goes back instantly again in 4 because Patrick just wants to do whatever he wants to do, I guess. In the meantime, England seemingly stabs Germany here. Yes, it's a stab as they take Sweden and Warsaw and Belgium. Brian doesn't care that Noam's a world champion. He says, world champion of what? And Claire moves out of Trieste but back into Tyrrhenian Sea.
3 build England. Big.
All right. England wants all the smoke with everyone as they take Denmark but lose Sweden. Belgium takes Holland here. It'll be interesting to see what Patrick decides to do. In the meantime, Jason moves completely east, so maybe the Med battle looks like it's completely finished now. And Rob is on the hunt for dots in the east. Yeah.
Yep.
Rob gets Bulgaria. Other than that, it's just basically, I think, AI versus RT over there. In the meantime, Noam says, world champion of what? World champion of this game. I take back Denmark, blowing it up. Fails to take Holland back, though. And it looks like it's going to be FG versus E. Rob says, I don't want Russia on my side. I want Big Turkey, so takes Romania. Elsewhere, it looks like Jason is tapping Budapest because he's done with Claire. In the meantime, in the West, we have Patrick going om nom nom as Liverpool is guaranteed. Belgium is safe, moves to Channel, and has an Italy moving away from him. So everything is looking good. Noam takes back Denmark and blows up another English army again for the second year in a row. Meanwhile, Patrick moves everything towards England. And Jason says, I'm sorry, Claire, I didn't want to do this ever. I'm scared of Big Turkey, and moves away. Trieste is given back to Claire as a peace prize. Patrick is like, yes, give me Edinburgh, give me London, give me everything I want. You know what? I even want to be in Galicia. We need to take Warsaw as well. This is the complete demolition of England. And Jason moves back towards the Med because it's funny and Patrick's had too much fun in the north. Meanwhile, Claire is just trying to survive. So England gets kicked out of Warsaw, but takes Moscow in the process, loses London, and Patrick has a guarantee on Edinburgh next year. Meanwhile, we have basically just lack of movement in the East as a whole. Seems likely that Jason is back on the Let's Kill Claire train again. Yeah. Yep, it's the Let's Kill Claire train with Turkey. Meanwhile, we have Patrick is like, no, I have higher aspirations than just Edinburgh. I want Norway as well. England is mine. I want everything. Meanwhile, Nom takes Moscow. England finds refuge in St. Petersburg. Yeah. Takes Eddie, takes Norway. This is Patrick's game. And just seems like nothing's really happening in the East except Jason took Greece. Oh, and Nom takes St. Pete and Moscow here. So good year from Nom. Yeah, that's
very nice.
Feel bad for England. Did the stab, then proceeded to get absolutely walloped by the rest of the board, deciding they're done with the way the game had gone.
Scrappy game from Noam Brown. Look at that supply chart. Up, down, all the way back up. It's pretty good.
Yeah, being able to pull it back though is really good as well.
And it was a great game for Patrick, obviously.
Yes. Congrats to Patrick. A nice top.
Yeah, great top.
Alrighty, let's get to this next one, and I'll swap you around. And yeah, when you're ready.
All right, Darcy, that was weak sauce. You took like 8 minutes. I'm gonna show you how it's done. Peter Mac, the robot in France. Casey McAllister, the up-and-comer in Germany. McCullis, who's that in Austria? Let's see how it goes. DMZ, Galicia. Peter straight into the channel because that's the way Peter is. And a northern opening from Russia. And it's a FG right off the bat. Peter and Casey say, I don't know how to pronounce your name, England, and you shall die for that sin. So it's a classic sea lion. Meanwhile, it's a fast AI in the East and probably the makings of an AIR. And England is really in trouble because they don't even get Norway. Woofda. This is FG. This is all FG. Arranged take of Sweden. FG is looking big. And I'm not sure if Kellen's picked a side yet in the East, but it's definitely AI. And the
Wrong.
East is not sure what they're doing. I don't think. I'm not sure what they're doing. I don't think they're sure either. But the people who do know what they're doing are Peter and Casey. What they're doing is obliterating the English player successfully. Yep, and Kellen's all on board for that. It looks like maybe stacks on McCullis in the East. By the way, Darcy, that's my favorite contribution you've made to the diplomacy hobby is stacks on X player. I love that phrase. I don't understand what it means, but I love it. So McCullis has a lot of enemies. So does England. And looking good for Jude in Turkey for the sharp fish. Going up 2. Beautiful convoy. Looking good. You like to see that if you're Turkey. Maybe that's an AT.
Shout out the friendly retreat. Could have retreated to Bulgaria and had a free retreat to Con even if they took him out of Bulgaria and
Oh boy. You are right, aren't you? Oh, wait. Yeah. You're exactly right. And Peter's in London. So beautiful. They actually trade it, so Casey gets to build in Belgium. Nice. So Peter's playing nice. And the IT relationship is still a little snippy, maybe? I don't know if they're really friends or not. But what I know,
Adriatic is kind of funny.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, right? And Kellen is attacking Austria again. So Austria is definitely not on board with Turkey anymore. That was a one-turn kind of a thing. Meanwhile, GR are certainly on board together. Clyde is putting North Sea into Eddie, and Germany is crossing the stalemate line. And Germany's in Vienna, so Germany's way across the stalemate line. And Germany's taking Norway. So Germany says, thank you for the support into Vienna. I shall take your center.
Three
So
builds.
that's
Oof.
pretty... Where's the third one? Eddie. Ooh, big turn for Germany. Beautiful Germany.
Maybe Peter regrets being so nice now.
I think so, right? But thank you for playing England. 3 armies. I guess if you're France, that's what you want to see, right?
Mm.
Yeah, that's okay.
And then moves everything towards Peter. Peter's never playing nice again. He's learned his lesson.
Yeah, I mean, I think Casey's trying to have it both ways, going against Warsaw with everything and kind of moving it against Peter. So we'll see if we can get away with it. The question is, does Casey have any friends? I'm not sure. Casey gets St. Petersburg. That feels good.
Builds
I
one.
Builds 1. Still feels
Doesn't
like
lose Vienna.
Doesn't lose Vienna because McCallus has 1 friend and it's Casey. So that's pretty good. IT are still squabbling or something, whatever they're doing.
Just want to shout out to the very sharp fish convoying Bull to Syria last turn and then convoying it back this turn.
And again! And again!
Fleet Keel.
Fleet Keel. And I really think Turkey has a chance at winning this game still. No more Fleet and Rum. They're in Trieste. It's a good position for Turkey. Germany loses the North Sea to combined French and Russian cooperation. So
Yeah,
Peter...
Casey's losing his friends up there.
Yeah, that's right. Peter is starting to gain the upper hand. Trieste retreats into Vienna, so McCallus is, trying to keep Germany alive, but not willing to pop the unit. And Peter's in Denmark. So, I mean, Casey's defending pretty well. Casey takes Burgundy, right? Peter just kind of has this raider behind his lines now. I still think the primary beneficiary is Turkey. Turkey gains Trieste, gains Romania, sitting in Serbia, sitting in Black Sea, sitting in Ionian. I think everybody's freaking out about what's happening in FG right now, and Turkey's going to take that all the way to the bank.
Is Casey disbanding them? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Prussia.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's fine, yeah.
Warsaw's in Moscow. So Germany has their friend back in Russia. That's going to make a huge difference. And Peter and Casey keep fighting. Peter takes Edinburgh.
I think has Belgium, maybe.
No, it's 2v2, isn't it?
Oh, true. Yeah, it's 2v2. I thought he was moving to Picardy.
Yeah. He might eventually get it, though. He probably will. Peter takes the North Sea again, back in the north and Baltic. It was just kind of a slow, drawn-out war between France and Germany. But Germany builds 1, and looks like Jude is kind of done moving too much.
I will shout out the comment from Jude. There will now, from this point, be 7 draw votes in a row that are vetoed, FYI.
Yeah, I can confirm that. I started becoming very annoyed with this board. I will say I wasn't really looking at the positions when I was taking these draw votes, so I don't really know what happens on these boards. But I started this board. Yeah, this board gets another boo from me, specifically to whoever was vetoing, which I won't share. Peter is winning the war, but only very slowly, and Casey has enough of a lead on those eastern centers that Casey might keep it. I don't know what Ed's talking about. Ed's confused. And Turkey's still doing nothing, which is too bad because I still think Turkey has a shot at this if Turkey really guns it. But I think diplomatically they're out of friends. Well, there's 1 for Turkey in Budapest, so that's good. Peter takes Belgium, so it's the gap is closing. But the question is, what's going to happen in the last 2 years, other than a lot of failed draw votes? Popping the fleet in Bothnia's good. Yeah, everybody's kind of just lined up. Feels like people are pretty
The
content to
convoy
take
to
the
Norway
here.
would have been successful, and you would have still been able to keep Belgium as well. It's a bit rough.
Oh yeah, why didn't he order it? Although he wouldn't have been able to keep Norway though. Oh
Yes,
no,
he
he
would.
would have. He
Yeah,
would have because Moscow didn't make
yeah.
it to St. Pete.
Mhm.
Boy, that's too bad. That's too bad. And now Casey says I can convoy to Norway. You want to see a convoy to Norway?
Oh, maybe that was always the thing because it looked like a similar line. Yeah, okay.
Maybe. And Jude's still moving forward, right? Jude might take Naples now. So, slowly but surely.
Naples and maybe Venice.
And Vienna. Like, I think Jude could still top. Although those are pretty conservative moves. Maybe not with those moves. Maybe.
Might tie top.
Might tie top. Yeah, that's right. No, and Jude decides to give it to Casey. Yeah. Either out of loyalty to Joshua or loyalty to Casey or both. Jude prefers that Casey takes it. So that's a couple of really good results for Casey we've seen. That's an up-and-comer to keep an eye on for sure.
Definitely.
I think Peter's tactical knowledge gave him a little bit of an advantage in the West, which stopped Casey from really pushing away with it. Yeah. Otherwise, I think Casey played a near perfect game. I think.
Shout out to the best Shane Cubis from the last Melbourne tournament, Casey. He knows his stuff. Awesome, excellent. I believe that was.
What was that, Johnny? That was awful. 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, it was an interesting game.
Oh, you were talking for a bit in there, Darcy. We can probably contribute a
Yeah. It's Darcy's fault.
Sabotaging Johnny's. Yeah, sabotaging Johnny's quick one, yeah.
Alrighty, so that was the end of round 5. Now we've got round 6. Again, still these next 3 boards will be quick format. I'll bring up the next board. Here we go.
Oh, is this my one?
This is your one, Darcy.
All right.
Show us how it's done.
We have local Canberra player Charlie in England. We have Jason again in Russia. We have English player Richard. George Mork, also English. Andreas is back. Dave Maletsky's having a cameo. And Voldemar in Italy. First turn, we have a bounce in English Channel. Everything else looks pretty standard. Move to Piedmont as well, I guess. All right. A rough misorder around Norway costs England a build. Meanwhile, Jason moves into Black Sea, so not playing nice with Russia there. And Germany goes +3 whilst his surrounders go up +1 combined. Yeah, move on. All right, Russia moves into Sweden and Baltic unopposed, moves into Picardy unopposed. We'll probably get into Burgundy unopposed as well. This is a great game for Germany so far. Meanwhile, it looks like an AR is happening in the east. And Charlie seems to... Oh, Charlie has a great turn, actually. Gets Belgium, gets Brest. It's not looking too good for France. Meanwhile, the AR gets into Con and Bulgaria. And yeah. All right. The EG takes Paris, gets into Gascony. Meanwhile, in the east, we have the AR. The air actually takes Con. And probably sizes up Ankara at the end of this turn. Yeah. There's a stab on England. That's rough. Belgium is lost. North Sea is lost. At the same time, they moved all the way into West Med, so out of position pretty horribly, unlucky to Charlie. Meanwhile, Austria decides it's time to stab Russia. And yeah, Italy takes Smyrna.
Good stab from Germany.
Yeah, Germany gets Brest, gets Edinburgh, seems to have a Russian ally that's not going to take Sweden from him without agreement. Meanwhile, in the east, we have Austria takes Romania, whilst Jason moves back and probably still wants Ankara, trying to salvage some sort of relationship there. And the remainder of France decides to start a med war. We have a convoy into Yorkshire blowing up the fleet. Another really good move there from Richard. And there seems to be most likely an arrangement around Norway taking Sweden. And Austria gets into Tyrrhenian Sea. Austria then loses Romania to Russia. Meanwhile, Germany's going to start getting involved in the east. At the same time, they take London. They also have a guarantee on Liverpool. This is an amazing position for Richard here. And meanwhile, it seems like the AI is getting ready to take Ankara, and they're pushing on France. Rum is lost, but Galicia is gained. Meanwhile, Sweden takes Denmark. This one probably by agreement again as well. Maybe not. I'm not sure I'd agree to that if I was Germany, especially when I'm moving out of North Sea. But they are still building, so maybe. The AI fails to get anything out of France and doesn't take Ankara. Yeah. Movement back into North Sea suggests Denmark was perhaps not by agreement. France is helping Germany into Marseille. So Richard's saying all the right things this game. And meanwhile, the AI just holds everything, basically. Germany moves out of Marseille because he's a nice guy. And meanwhile, it seems like Turkey is a janissary for the AI as Germany moves into Bohemia. Yeah. In spring 2007, we have Norway gets taken. This is probably not by agreement at all. Meanwhile, there's a self-bounce in Marseille. They get into North Africa. Richard has the world at his fingertips. And yeah. And we call game. Richard, I don't think was in contention from my memory. Richard wasn't in contention for the top board, so taking a 10 cent and not having to make people play on in a game that had an obvious conclusion makes sense.
I think this is Richard's second good result, actually. I think he might be kind of an outside shot. Maybe he didn't have another game he was able to play or something, but I mean, magisterial from Richard. Doesn't get better than this. This is a great game.
Well, if he was in contention, then I don't think he should take a draw here at all. I think he takes Portugal, Spain, Marseille, Denmark, Norway. He doesn't even actually own yet. Like, he's looking at 15,
I agree
16.
I agree with that. I think he should have kept playing.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
mean,
a great game.
if I can see 16 this quickly, then maybe he plays on even if he isn't, because a solo gets you there and may as well try for it, I guess.
Yeah. Jason said he was just tired and didn't want to keep going, which you got to respect. You know, not everyone is a dot hungry, glory hungry goblin like we are. Some people just want to have fun and go home.
And especially with this being an international virtual tournament, you know, it may not have been at a time that suited his time zone. So
That's true.
yeah, but still coming away with a very solid finish on top. Nicely
yeah.
done.
Great game.
Not everyone is a Darcy. That's a
That
shame.
is
This
correct.
tournament was actually false. I think most people were Darcy.
Alrighty. We've got one. We've got our next quick format one.
Give
I'll
us
swap these
Darcy's.
around.
Give us Darcy's so that I can commentate.
Yeah.
This one then.
Yeah.
60.
And this one we can go through super fast.
No.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that one, please. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Darcy in France, Brandon Austin in Russia, some guy named Peter McNamara in Turkey. What's of interest here? Tyrolia, Northern opening from Darcy, Chill Darcy, I think he was. Not much else. And it's an AT, and Peter's doing the fast AT where he's out of position and leaves Bulgaria behind. Good for Jackson. Jackson's in Galicia, and 3 builds for Germany, and 2 builds for Darcy. So that feels good. Nothing unusual. Looks like FG, fair enough. Makes sense from this position. Looks like in the north, England and Russia are really entangled. So that's going to be a problem potentially for both of them, as both of them are facing down enemy alliances. Jamal's kind of just sitting around. He's got no enemies or allies. And Jamal gets Greece, though. So that's pretty good. I guess he's got a friend in Austria or something like it. Peter looks good. Darcy is getting up into Liverpool, and Germany is getting up into North. So FG is looking great. Couple of fleets in the south, so IT is not exactly on the same page. Jamal and Peter are fighting. Jackson is trying to play the middle. Jackson is moving back against Jamal now. Nastia in Germany is taking Eddie. Darcy gets the build. Feels pretty good. Yeah, it's the headlines. Jackson moves into Piedmont. That's kind of a weird move. I don't know why you do that, but Jackson is a genius and I'm not, so he probably could explain. But Darcy gets London, so Darcy builds 2. That's pretty good. And Nastia also builds from Eddie and Norway, so FG is looking great. Yeah. Interesting builds there. Specifically Fleet Breast. And Darcy is it's a partial move into the bed from Darcy. Not the most aggressive it could have possibly been. But Peter and Jamal are still at loggerheads. And it looks like Brandon and Nastia in Germany have an agreement of some kind going on, so that's probably good for both of them. We'll see who gets Liverpool. Darcy gets Liverpool. You love to be Darcy in this game, that's for sure. Nastia goes for Sweden, but Brandon defends it. Might be agreed, I'm not sure. And it's a mess of stuff in the middle that ends up with Peter and Ionian. Just kidding, Darcy's an Ionian, because Jamal and Darcy are on the same page now. So that feels good if you're Darcy. If you're Jamal, I think you're just trying to de-escalate the situation around you. For some reason, Peter takes support into Silesia. That seems kind of unnecessary, but fun. And Brandon is going to go take Norway here, maybe, or at least give it a shot. So that's pretty good for you, too, if your name's Darcy Morris. Brandon does get Norway, but sacrifices Sweden. Brandon drops into Baltic. So this is probably, I beat Darcy's at North. I don't know if that's agreed or not. But either way, I'm thinking this feels really good if you're Darcy. Ionian, North Sea, Burgundy, Western Med. These are the provinces you want to be in if you're France. Yeah, the East is boring. Darcy loses the Ionian finally, which is okay because he wasn't really getting anything from that. He can rebuild it at home. Darcy's still on with Nastia. She does not mind that he's in North Sea, so that's pretty good. Yeah, keep going. Oh, there's a convoy from Albania into Venice, so Jackson is finally getting something from this AT. It's been a while. Did the turn... Okay. Yeah, Darcy's
I'm
back
sorry.
in Ionian because
Yep.
this is the eternal. This is the most important thing, is either to be an Ionian or to be kicked out of it. All the Australians, all they care about is who's an Ionian. Fleet South Coast from Brandon Austin is what we call a bold build. Darcy's in Norway and Barents Sea. So Darcy's having fun. That is for sure. He loses Ionian again. The battle for Ionian will never end. Peter walks into Moscow. That might be with agreement. Hard to say. It's all a mess up in the north, but it's a mess advantage. Darcy is what it is. Jackson loses Venice because Jamal and Darcy are best friends. Darcy's back into the Ionian. This is absurd. This is absurd, Darcy. I hope you know this is absurd.
This game's just a little bit of fun.
Darcy takes Sweden, which is a lot of fun, and puts Finland into St. Petersburg. So this is bad for Brandon. The FG is having a grand old time. The FG is trucking along. Peter retakes the Ionian. Madness. This is madness. I'm giving this an award. That's kind of all that happens here. Some people are scuttering around the line. Jackson stabs for Warsaw, which is probably bye-bye Brandon Austin, unfortunately. Nobody takes the Ionian. That's shocking. And that's the game. Darcy Morris tops. Darcy Morris deserved to top. Darcy Morris played the best game. Good job, Darcy Morris.
Yay. I mean, my chance at the top board was gone when the solo happened. So I was just looking for a nice, happy game. And I mean, I had a nice, happy game with my allies.
It was a great game. Good work.
Alrighty. This one.
Alright.
I'll swap yours around. And after this one, we might change it up a bit, but we'll see how we go and who's available. All right.
All
Darcy,
we have Isaac and Micah and Claire and Keith all in the western area, all good players. And then in the east, we have Claire still, Thomas, Ed's favorite this tournament, Jeff and Sigurd, who is a Norwegian player that I like playing with. Nothing really happens in spring except an Armenian move, so Claire has to fight Turkey. In fall, we have Isaac taking Norway, and English Channel. Meanwhile, Keith moves to Burgundy, probably sensing some sort of EG, most likely. Meanwhile, in the east, we have Thomas moving back from an attack on Claire, and Sigurd taking 2 off of Trieste and Tunis. 3 armies from Micah. EG is definitely happening. EG is on. EG is moving to Irish and English, trying to go for Burgundy. Meanwhile, Thomas is back in Armenia and back fighting Claire because that's what Thomas wants to do. Meanwhile, it seems like some sort of AIT, most likely. Let's roll on. We have a successful convoy into Picardy. Good play from the EG. Meanwhile, it seems like the EG has turned into an EGR as they move away from Scandinavia as a whole. And Thomas fails to get into Sev and bounces in Aegean. There is a retaking of Trieste that is almost definitely not by agreement. Yeah. Sev is taken this time, however, as it looks like there's an AT, but Sigurd moves against Austria now. Meanwhile, the EG gets into Burgundy finally, and Helgoland moves to North Sea, which is slightly interesting. I'm not sure why Micah needs to be there, but good for Micah. Move on. That is to support English Channel, so that Mid Atlantic can be taken. Meanwhile, there is Picardy gets taken. Burgundy is still EGs, and Belgium is given to England. So Germany does have one disband. Meanwhile, the AT continues to try and fight in the east. Brest is taken, Gascony is taken, and the AT gets into Ionian. That's basically it of note. Burgundy is blown up, and the AT breaks as Turkey decides to fight Austria now, and Claire gets Sev back. Meanwhile, Silesia gets to go to Galicia because Micah's chilling. When has Micah not been chilling in this tournament? Then Paris falls, and Micah also gets to go to Vienna. So Micah is still doing everything. And Turkey now seems to have gotten stabbed by Claire as Sev moves to Armenia. Claire gets into Romania and Ankara as the EGR rolls. Meanwhile, seems like some sort of alliance between AI has formed. Yeah. Marseille is blown up. Micah gets into Budapest. Venice is guaranteed. And yeah, I mean, this is Micah's world and we're all just living in it.
You said it.
Isaac, shout out Isaac, he gets Marseille and Spain, I guess. Meanwhile, Micah decides to be nice to Sigurd and not take the guarantee on Venice. And meanwhile, Thomas is given up on this game and is convoying Sigurd into Smyrna. As Sigurd gets to actually build too. So shout out Sigurd for in the middle of this EGR seems to find something to be happy about. All right. Micah takes Belgium, holds basically everything else. Meanwhile, Claire takes Bulgaria and Ankara because Sigurd has decided not to be nice to Thomas, who just convoyed him into Smyrna. Yeah, move on. Micah gets Trieste now. Seems like there's some sort of deal has been made with Italy. And we don't say goodbye to Thomas just yet. Claire is booted out of Bulgaria, however. Micah is on 10 whilst her allies are on 7, so that's always fun. She loses Trieste but gains Serbia for her troubles. Meanwhile, Claire takes Con. And yeah. She retakes Trieste. Serbia supports Romania to Bulgaria. And Thomas stays alive in Smyrna. Austria stays alive in Con. And France is finally killed. If I was Keith, I would have wanted out of that game quite a long time ago. So shout out for pulling through for a bit.
Yeah, 100%.
Micah takes Greece because that's what Germany's do. Supports Isaac into Venice. Claire gets Smyrna and Con loses Ankara in the process, but that won't stay for long. Yeah. Claire takes back Ankara. And Micah takes Venice off of her English ally. So Micah's saying, this is my board top. Stop it. I don't like it. No one's getting anything else. There's a little bit of fighting in 1910 between the EGR. Hallelujah. Nothing actually happens though. So it's a whole lot of movement against each other, but nothing actually to note. Micah loses Belgium probably by some arranged draw based off of these moves. And I mean, shout out to Gerd for living in this EGR game that looks like I would have hated being anyone that wasn't EG or R.
Yeah. Just so it looks like a solid alliance. There was a bit of fighting between Claire and Micah early on, but they patched it up and it's paid off for both of them. So good job.
Darcy said it. It's Micah's world. We're just living in it.
Yeah, 100%.
We're through round 6, right?
Yeah.
We are through round 6. So now we just have one quick format board in round 7 and then a long format board. So
All right. Darcy, you want to just close it out?
Yeah, sure.
Should we try showing the standings into round 7, or is it too dangerous?
Up
Give
to
me a second.
Brandon. I believe in you, Brandon.
I believe in you
Thank
too.
you, Darcy.
If it was Ed, different story.
Also, because I think my name will be in the top 10. So
Well, a bunch of people will be in the top 10 who played under your name this weekend for sure.
that's true.
Oh, you want to bring Pixie in for the last two?
Yeah, why not?
Let's do it.
I approve of Pixie. I allow it to happen.
Alrighty. I believe these are accurate because I'm checking the final standings and these ones are a little different to it. So I think this is right for currently. I will add it now. So this should be
moved up
at
to
the,
ninth, baby.
this
That's
should
what we
be
want.
at the end of round 6.
Yeah, that looks right. Yeah.
Beauty.
So a lot of these people have actually played their 4 games. So we're looking actually, I'm not sure if you can show it, but the people that are outside the top 10, like 11th through 20th. Mikala's is still complaining.
There we go.
about
Yep.
the score, but we don't care. Yeah, Julian's definitely got better than that because like he gets 550 for a solo, and on 3 boards he's already played. It's like virtually impossible to finish.
Well,
Have we clicked through the last board of the last round? I don't know. Consider this a broad approximation of what the scores might look like. Storylines going into the last round are Jackson is towards the bottom. He's in 7th, but he's not playing again. Julian is in 6th, not playing again, I think. Patrick's in 8th, but has another game. And Noam is in like 10th and has another game. I think those are the
yeah. I
those are
think
the
so.
games to watch.
yeah, no, I've clicked through them all, but it's still showing as that. So that is what we have.
Worth a shot.
Alrighty. So we've got one quick format, and then do we just want to smash that one out, and then I can bring Pixie in, and all 3 of you can do the final board?
No, bring Pix in to do a quick format. Let's trial by
Yep.
fire them. I want to see
Straight
it.
in. Welcome.
Good morning or evening.
Good morning.
Met
all
Darcy
of us.
once. Hey, it was actually twice, by the way. So I find that insulting.
It was adventure, I feel like, for me.
Andrew was this tournament's MVP doing the midnight rounds, even though they live on the West Coast, and that was completely ridiculous. So thank you. For your reward, you get to do a quick read. They're super fun.
Happily.
Alrighty. You ready to do a quick fire through this one?
Go.
Pixie? Awesome.
Go.
Done. Introduce the players for us.
The players? I know Christian Brown goes around town, has a lot of fun. I know Patrick because someone actually taller than me. I know Jeff because he's been quite nice to me as a GM during the tournament, which you love that. I know Rob because I met him in a basement once. I know Julian because he thought I was on my high horse at Moot, and I heavily disagree. I don't know Val, and I don't know Adam.
Peak,
you go.
love it. All right, tell us of the moves.
I spent all my bullets. No, it's fine. It's normal besides Finland. Finland's a little bit interesting to me.
Cool.
And then I guess it ends up in Sweden, so the offer worked out. That's always nice. The support into Belgium, support into Finland. So Christian Brown might be in trouble. So it might be a quick dip on England. Ooh, nice. Aegean. I love a fast Aegean. I had a lovely time with Guernica Bill at Moot running an extremely fast AI. I would love to see it again, because it just, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it.
3
Let's
build
see,
France. Big.
No build in the north is interesting if you're considering it to be Sea Lion-esque, so that's a bit surprising. Double fleets is not. So I wonder if Russia's gonna stick an army in Silesia. It's my curiosity. They don't. Better things to do. Okay, so now I'm kind of leading. I wonder if it's going to turn into kind of an FR, or sorry, a GR. Just because England has decided to go all out. Russia, I would say Russia, be careful around Norway. Maybe a bounce in there might be best. You don't want to necessarily resolve the north too quickly when the south looks like it's not necessarily going your way. Maybe you convince France to go around the side if you can, like, FGR or something. I don't know. All right, bouncing in Tyrolia twice is a little criminal. There's simply better things for those units to do. You both could help resolve stuff. It's a shame to not cover the convoy to... Oh, well, I guess you're not covering it if you're part of the convoy. So that's interesting. Yeah, it looks like England's the odd one out, but also wants out. We've all been there. Builds. Yeah, now I think Norway's fine. Taking it with the fleet really pushes us back towards GR. As France, I would be a little worried because the AI is winning in the south, so this is somewhere true alliance partner at the end of the day. Yeah, decent guess by Turkey. Can't really complain. I thought giving Russia the Black Sea back, that's the best you can do from there. The north is the north, yada, yada, yada. Opening St. Pete for a build is a little interesting. And then not doing it, which I think is fine. But then did Germany have a build? Because then I was like, you're one fleet short, which I guess means that you are just committed to FGR. I don't know. I don't know if I love that for GR. I just think that the France is going to end up the best out of your triple, or if they're not making any progress. I guess they're already in Galicia. This is interesting. I wish I had more time. that's where I'm at. I kind of wish I had more time for this one. Oh well. Turkey's back on. Turkey's back on 3. Managed to not leave Trieste. They took Edinburgh and Norway because the balance. This is looking a little awkward. But I think this could go really well for Russia if they can figure out how to crack open Austria, which may happen. Oh, the rebuild.
The rebuild of South Coast Fleet is crazy.
It's uncomfortable, and maybe that's the point. Maybe you're just trying to like shake things a little bit and be like, there's an opportunity, but Germany clearly doesn't think you're actually going to go after them, and which makes sense given the coordination around attacking Austria. I also don't think it makes sense. I'm just like, why not just army St. Petersburg instead and really be
careful? He wanted to intimidate Patrick before holding.
It's scary stuff. I am literally shaking. Mostly my head because I'm not sure what's going on. This feels too static out of Turkey. Actually, that's my focus now. This feels like maybe I also swear they had 2 fleets. Maybe they rebuilt as an army, which I think is not the best. I think your way to have a game that's higher than 3 is to force Italy out while France is coming in, get them to sort of get stuck defending, and then in the meanwhile, Italy's dead.
Yeah, Jeff
I
takes
guess
everything.
I guess
That's
it's no longer
crazy.
your problem that you can't
Wow.
get out.
Wow.
4, so taking Belgium was prudent. But maybe you wanted to move to Ruhr instead.
Both Germany and France going up 3. Insane.
This is not where I thought this alliance would go, but this does go back to my point where I feel like Russia needed to maybe resolve a little bit more in the north. And like I think what I put the GR, I probably just picked the GR instead. So why doesn't France run away with this game? I think it's because that would be mean and cruel, and you would end up with no friends. Fair enough.
There we go. Still though, finishing on an 11 center top in 06, it's not bad.
I think that's Stu's best France as well, from Patrick as well.
Oofed.
It was a great game for Jeff.
Jeff finished 5 points above me in the standings, and apparently he was well aware of what he needed to get 5 points above me. So I respect it. I respect it, Jeff. I respect it.
Jeff is making a serious claim for best Darcy Morris with that one.
Alrighty. Okay, so now we have our final board. Seems like Ed is not backstage, so I reckon
good.
we get into it.
Yeah.
The stream hasn't hit 5 hours yet, guys. We have to do something for half an hour at least.
No, Darcy. I will remove you if you drag this out.
We're actually killing this for a 25 board stream.
I really like the fast board thing. We should do that more.
It sucks to commentate, but
No, that was fun. I probably saved myself being wrong on like 5 things. It was great.
All right, you're on.
There's pros and cons. Like I think being able to give some time to boards where there's people that maybe don't get to a lot of tournaments is beneficial. But when there's a lot of boards to get through, it sort of is the way it is. So because unlike Darcy, we don't want to be here for 8 hours. So
No.
Pixie, the chat loved your introducing the players, so I want you to do it again.
Oh, all right, fine. Oh yes, and yeah, McCallus, because got the dub today, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Alrighty, who have
let's
we got
see.
on this board?
Bolton is someone whose last name I only learned 3 years after learning their first. I don't know who Matt is, and I don't know if it's Colburn or Coburn. That is a big debate in the English community, from what I understand. George seemed pleasant and was willing to sit out, so +1 there. That's wild. I like Andrew. I've played a bunch of games with him, met him. I'm glad he's getting his 1 in so that he qualifies for DBNI or whatever. Gnome is my bestie, and so we must. And I understand where that puts me. It's confusing for me as well. But we tend to see the game very similarly. Please, if you haven't met me, that's probably my worst trait. It only gets better. Rob Bluvsky or Woblewski is a legitimate question I have. I think I got it. Is that it?
Yeah. I would just like to shout out Andrew picked the very last possible game to qualify for DBNI, and I respect the hell out of that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
The second and final board of the final tournament of the final round.
He's an animal.
Could be some strategy behind that too. Make people think he's going to be ineligible.
A coke animal, if you will. But we root for Andrew and Matt are both Diplorats. This is a Diplorat heavy board, but we root for Matt because Andrew's had his flowers.
Excellent.
Alrighty. All right, Darcy, do you want to lead us off with spring? I think we'll just rotate through each year.
Each year? Okay, easy, done. Well, Richard decides I don't like Matt and his Colburn conversations, so we're going to English Channel and Wales. Matt, in the meantime, moves to Picardy so he can defend Brest, so it's not awful for Matt, especially because Burgundy didn't get moved into by Benek, who does a standard opening. Meanwhile, in the east, George was bored of just doing Rome to Apulia, so he does Venice to Apulia, Rome to Venice. And Gnome and Andrew show some trust with an Armenian fist bump and no move to Black Sea, so the fleet can get out. Other than that, pretty standard.
Alrighty.
In 4, we have Richard takes Norway. There is a bounce in Belgium, which is rough for England. And there is no bounce in Sweden because Bothnia goes to Baltic instead. So that will produce problems for Benek in the short term at least. Meanwhile, in the east, we have George taking Trieste and Tunis, which we've seen a few times now. I'm personally not a fan of giving Trieste when they're not moving to Aegean, especially if Con is moving to Aegean, as Andrew does do. So Andrew's off to a good start, good position for Andrew. Yeah, other than that, pretty standard.
Second time we've seen this Bothnia to Baltic thing. And it was the first time I think it was Peter McNamara, the robot, and now this time it's Noam Brown, the AI. So clearly machines like to do this move.
That's it. What are you thinking of builds?
Fleet Venice, baby. Check that off your bingo card.
You know what? I mean, like Andrew said, George is willing to sit out, so I think George is just looking for a fun game, and I respect it.
Yeah, if you've got the 2 builds, why not?
Any
Why
Fleet
not?
Venice is a fan of mine.
Fleet London, Fleet Brest as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. Johnny, do you want to take us over for Spring 02?
Let's do it. So Andrew is turning around on Noam here. It's going to be an AT. I'm actually a little bit surprised by this. The meta conversation made a lot of sense to me because Andrew is the North American champion and the sitting one, and Noam is the sitting world champion. And this board has a lot of kind of newer players. Richard's not newer, but a lot of people who are less accustomed to competing. And then RT is the North American champion and the world champion. So I kind of thought that they just looked at each other and said, well, guess it's you and me. But no. Andrew says, I'll show you, Noam. There's a Dipsy Doodle around Sweden and Denmark and Baltic. That's a lot of fun. Benek is going to be the ultimate beneficiary, also getting into Belgium. So that's pretty good. Matt is repaying Richard for the early attack. So I actually think Matt is going to turn out better than Richard here.
Matt does slightly forget Portugal exists, though.
Who needs it? Portugal will be there
Yeah,
later.
about that.
Haven't
Come
you ever
back for
talked
it.
to, haven't
It's
you ever
not
talked to
going
David
anywhere.
Hood before? Later. It's in the pocket. And it looks like George is running in AI. I don't know what the alliance structure is in the East.
But hey, Tunis to North Africa is a very important move that we have to highlight.
Of course.
Like he says in the chat, I'm built for vibes, not decisions. I love it.
It's a Brandon Austin style player right there.
If it doesn't go to NAF, how can it go back to Tunis? So
That's a great point. That is a great point.
Yeah.
What do we see? We see our friend Wild goes up Trieste in Romania. So that's a good turn. We see Andrew Wu into Sev, so AT is looking good. I don't understand the relationship with Italy, but that's a problem to be solved later. And Benek is also up Denmark, up Belgium, doesn't lose Sweden. So the loser in the north, I think, is going to be England. Although Matt tries to convoy Wales into Belgium. Isn't successful, but it is a pretty cute attempt. So maybe the EF is back on. Could be good. or on for the first time, that would be a novel EF. Sorry.
Venice is also guaranteed lost.
True. Yep. Yep. Yep.
What do you think Richard pulls here?
Norwegian.
Yeah, I pull Norwegian.
Alrighty, let's have a look. And Pixie, if you want to take us through Spring 03.
I actually ended up taking Wales off the board, so it shows a lot of trust in EF, and arguably maybe I would, as France, roll north and just take care of them, especially with Italy under attack. There's kind of no downside, and in England with no armies is about the easiest you're going to get for killing them. So that's a little confusing to me. The counterpoint, I guess, is if you really think the AT is going to get out of control here, but like, I think you have time. And I think those three builds really cement your position in the north where you can resolve with FG and just say, congrats, you're the line now. And you probably still, like, you're going to pick up Tunis. Like, I can't see really screwing this up so bad if you go after England that you can't make it to Tunis.
I would like to highlight the missed opportunity to blow up Ukraine here from the AT is pretty brutal for progress against Nome.
That's a good highlight. And that is confusing because they otherwise seem fairly mentally in the same place, but it's interesting that tactically they're not.
I mean, surely, and this Andrew Wu guy has no idea how to do any tactics or play this game. So,
Wild talk from Darcy.
We'll see, fall. Thank you. Yeah, okay. That's okay. Walking into Sweden is extremely Nome.
it's extremely.
Trust me on that one. That is extremely Nome. Going back to Portugal, I like, but now you're kind of you're in an awkward spot. I think I'm looking to see if France is going to put a huge pressure on Germany to go after Russia and be like, hey, we'll give you a little space if you go and just finish them off and maybe help and do some kind of like really fucked up Western triple. That's not really, and then you go kill England. Like, I think there's opportunity here as France, but you gotta, because otherwise you're just gonna get stuck. Like, it's not a stalemate line, but it's like one of the most annoying things is having to fight over Burgundy, Belgium, North Sea forever, especially if you're worried about AT resolving, which is presumably why you ended up in Spain and all. So that's just something I would be interested. I'm curious how the spring goes for that. Besides that, well, they didn't retreat to Tunis, so that's a choice. Albania got blown up, so they're stuck on 3 fleets. So now, okay, Turkey will in fact end up in the Western Med in 1904. So we'll see how that goes. This is a great position for Andrew Wu, and I think I would be focusing on anything I can do to make sure that Austria is happy forever, because I just want time to pick up Tunis, Rome, Naples. See, maybe I can get something out of Iberia for like once in every 50 games, and then it's like it's free lunch after that. It's just whatever I want the game to go.
I mean, maybe this Andrew guy's actually good at diplomacy.
All right, I'm getting whiplash, Darcy. Is he good? Is he bad? Are all Andrews kind of like questionable?
I think Darcy,
Legally
or
change
sorry,
my name.
yeah, right. I think Andrew's just overrated. That's what he is.
There you go.
I
All right,
don't know, man.
there we've got the winter builds.
I like the fleet for Turkey. I think the army makes sense for Russia.
If I'm France, I want to build fleet Brest so badly and just like go in behind England here, and just
I
tear
think it's
apart
okay
England.
because you can still do Portugal to Mid-Atlantic, and then if you cut a deal with Turkey to be like, hey, move to Tunis this turn, chill,
Mhm.
and then you buy the time. Like, you don't have to make it obvious you're going after England. He's probably going to figure that out. We keep saying Turkey's smart. So, but I think those are the builds, because otherwise you're just going to kind of be doing not enough with 6 units the rest of the game.
Mm.
All right. Darcy, kick us off.
All right. Andrew decides that he doesn't want Sevastopol. So supports in his Austrian ally. In the meantime, Andrew forgoes Tunis for now to get position around Naples. So good positional move there from Andrew. In the meantime, we have Richard moving in towards Scandinavia. I'm guessing that's more likely to be against Germany than against Russia, considering Russia stabbed Germany last turn to help England. In the meantime, Matt is committing to the med, so we might see a med battle between Andrew and Matt. And George just decides to just chill in Rome and tries to take back Venice, but fails. All right, in 4 we have Austria gets stabbed by Andrew here, as Andrew takes Tunis, Serbia, and supports Nome into Sev. So maybe, Johnny, you were right at the start, and they did just look at each other and say, we're rolling. It just needed to be a long con. Meanwhile, we have Nome and Germany getting back on side as they blow up Skagerrak. And we have George supporting France further into the med.
Yeah. I think this is a weird stab from Andrew.
I don't like it. It's very Nome positive, because Nome is the only one that can take Romania, really.
Yep.
Nome has position on Galicia. And this just leads to Nome getting back into the driver's seat, especially with his good northern position, seemingly.
Yeah, and you're only up 1, and you have this awkward fleet in Bulgaria's south coast. I don't know that this improves the position over.
And Serbia's lost, actually.
Yep.
This is why I was wondering,
yeah.
About the tactical confusion around popping Ukraine. Like this,
I think
Being
that had to have been a killer blow in Andrew's mind for the AT.
right. And maybe he's just like, I'm just here to get the game in. I don't doesn't even need a number. So
Yeah,
whatever's the most chill, so you can
cares.
go back
Yeah.
to eating lunch on the side. It's like,
Yeah.
whatever you're doing,
Yeah.
Andrew, keep it up. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're about to get into 05. Who are your picks? Andrew, if you want to kick us off, who do you favor to win this one?
Turkey was looking so good, and now I'm just real nervous. France is not in a great spot either, nor is Germany. Italy's almost
Pointing to
dead.
one man.
England's a mess. Is it actually Russia?
It's
Is
the world champion, Noam Brown.
Is that a little ridiculous to say?
He's also the only one here. Richard was in contention, but on 3 centers as England, he's not really in contention anymore. Noam now can sort of make the argument, hey guys, I'm in a good position on the board. This is a result I need for getting to the top board. I'm like, is there any chance anyone would be willing to help me get what I need or something? So I think Noam is in the best position. Also diplomatically as well, because the West is messy still. Andrew just stabbed Austria. Noam hasn't really hurt anyone's feelings in the last 2 years.
So you both say no?
Yeah.
I'll take Matt. I mean, I think Noam's in a good position, right? But what just happened is Italy went down a center, so Italy's disbanding. And AT are going to fall apart and start fighting, right? And so the like Matt has been facing some concerted pressure in the med, and I think that's going to go away now, and it's going to get all kinds of messy, and I think he can turn that into Tunis and maybe more. And in the north, I mean, he could convoy over to Wales anytime, cut a deal with Germany, and I think probably should. I think it's a good French position. I think it's a viable French position that I would feel good about having.
Yeah, I can see it.
If you can get England to put down a fleet as their rebuild, then yeah,
Yeah.
solid.
And there we have the builds. Rome
Fleet
disbanded.
North
Fleet and
Coast.
Eddie.
I don't like that.
What would you have done instead, Darcy?
Actually, he just blew up England's fleet in Skag, so maybe Fleet North Coast isn't too bad. No, think about it. I just don't like the look of it off the offset. I'd rather build Army Moscow though, especially if you're about to work with Andrew. I think Army Moscow backfills Sev as Sev takes Rum or something.
I think Rum's promised though. Like I think the idea here is to push you. You saw Andrew stab, convince Andrew that you're his best friend the rest of the game. Make that northern build. Say I have play in the north, even though it's kind of not really. But this way you're guaranteed because he probably promised you Romania or something, and then you can negotiate ending up higher and go from there.
What, convoy Armenia to Rum and push him forward and
Exactly.
take it behind him, yeah.
Maybe.
Andrew should stab
Alrighty.
Russia though, right now.
Yeah, Andrew should stab Russia. I would have built
Yeah.
Moscow to disincentivize AT from getting back together.
Yep. Alrighty. I don't remember who we're up to.
It's
Whoever's
Johnny's turn.
It's my
Um,
turn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my co-analyst called that perfectly. Convoy right into Rum. Beautiful. Good call. Clairvoyant. And Andrew's position continues to look good. This RT is going to work. It's Turkey favored. Matt makes no progress in the med. Ionian gets booted backwards. So I guess AI is back on is what this means. As just kind of a back-footed AI. So yeah, now that I see how this has turned out, I am less concerned about this set of moves for Turkey. I think it's not so bad for Turkey. And in the north, we're doing nothing. Nobody's doing anything. Literally, nobody's doing anything. I don't know why, but nobody's doing anything.
The negotiations between France and Germany must just be horrific.
I just don't understand the point. Convoy Belgium to Wales right now. You can walk into Liverpool.
Because
Burgundy to
then you're
Belgium.
scared
Paris
that
to
Bennett's
Burgundy.
gonna. Then you're scared that Bennett's gonna take Belgium with English help or something.
Yeah, but let Bennet have Belgium. That's okay. And then Bennet can go fight Russia. I think. You get London, you know?
Cool.
And Bennet has Belgium anyway. And Tyrolia's putting Burgundy into Munich. That's fun. That's chaotic. That's funny. I like that. Do I think that is the optimal thing to be doing for any of England, France, Germany, or Austria? No. But I like that they're doing it anyway. What's happening in the south is that Italy and Austria... So Italy is being supported into an Austrian center by Turkey and being supported into a Turkish center by Austria. So that's awesome. The vibes on that check out completely. That's great. And Noam is taking Romania and popping it from behind. I mean, I think that's agreed. But
I don't like this sort of move from
This
Andrew.
is bad.
Like I said, this is Gnome. This is Gnome's east, I think.
Yep. I mean, I'm okay with you following into Rum here, but why are you supporting it? You don't need to support it. Ukraine goes to Warsaw, Ukraine support holds Gal or something, but Ukraine doesn't need to be supporting that. You're only
No,
taking
just-
Rum if I leave, you know?
Just in case Rum doesn't get in, then you still get in.
Yeah, what if Serbia goes
Yeah.
to Rum?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Serbia could have walked in. That could have been bad. All right.
Italy builds 2, is that right? Jim
Yeah.
Christmas. Wow.
2 fleets.
Wow.
Nah, too Armin.
Come on. 2 fleets. Do it. All fleets, baby.
What's Gnome building?
Something in North Army, St. Pete.
That's probably right.
Probably North Coast, right?
Boom.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
All right, Andrew, take us away.
One army from one fleet from Italy is not my favorite, but it continues to be an absolute pile of pickup sticks around Turanian and Ionian.
Yeah.
I think those are all the least valuable colors, though, so I'm not loving it. I do like the move to Silesia as I work my way up the board. That shows progress, especially. I don't have a great read on the Austria in this game. I feel like I got extremely biased by reading their name at the beginning. But they seem to be willing to work with people if the ideas are cool enough, which I do fully support. So there's a potential that Russia actually gets pushed back here by the coalition of people that should know better and do something more productive of England, France, Germany, and Austria. I do fear that Austria will die before it really matters, but as long as their heart's in the right place, that's fine. Taking back Belgium, I guess you're going to give back Munich. There's something here. Russia in the North Sea is honestly not that worrying. My gut just doesn't. There's too many fleets. There's too much in the way.
Especially when Sweden moves to Norway.
Yeah, it's kind of whatever. Turkey gets Greece back. I'm not quite sure where this is going to go. I do think France has missed the opportunity to really stab England, and I don't see where the growth is. They've done a good job blocking Ionian, so they'll pick up Tunis, which Johnny said you can, like, there's an opportunity to snowball, and I do agree with her, but, like, I'm not sure. You get Belgium. I don't know, because anything now that you manipulated the North, you're just opening opportunity for Russia to eat gains. Like, they're just going to be more mad at you. It's just how the game is unfolded, and I'm not sure how to fix that. That's where I'm at.
Mhm.
Let's see how it goes. Well, you're in Ruhr now, so now they're definitely unhappy. I just don't know. I just don't know about that. I just don't know. Let's see. The rest of the North looks like kindergarten der painter palette, where you're learning how primary and secondary colors work. Sorry, I had to think really hard for that one. The rest, Tunis moves to NAF, so that's two different units from two different countries that have been in NAF, and neither's France. That's fun. Turkey is like, was there not an opportunity to negotiate something better here on Turkey? It really feels like you got Greece, you got something back, but I think supporting yourself back into the Ionian and then maybe pulling Tunis off the board would have been better. And rebuild fleet Smyrna and just go to France and say, hey, let's snip up Italy, because that's the progress. I'm gonna just go and stab Russia at some point, which I think it should still be on the table, because I don't believe Nome will ever build that fleet Sebastopol. I just don't think there's a good opportunity in the rest of this game, given we're in 06 and we're going to end in 10.
I also think Nome is still trying to get onto the top board here. And I think if Andrew's this willing to be Nome friendly, Nome can potentially use that. And as long as Nome is happy in terms of not feeling like he needs to stab Andrew, I feel like Andrew's most willing to give him centers maybe in the end to get what he needs.
And I really appreciate the scores and the relationship context, given that I spent most of today asleep. So I don't know what's going on.
That's fair.
I'm just messing with you. Thank you.
Let's go winter. Hang on, what? Oh, 2 failed disbands from Wild. Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, Patrick, that's what those screenshots were from. Thank you. That is really important. But that's a line I won't cross.
Army Moscow makes sense. You didn't know if Galicia was going to get kept on the board or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we have Italy gets put in the trias this time. So that's interesting. However, Aegean moves into Ionian, which then retreats to Eastern, which means Smyrna is free. However, that does also mean that Naples is free. So we're doing a trade of Smyrna Naples. And meanwhile, in the West, we have a whole bunch of bounces and nothing actually moves at all anywhere. That we have said that way too much in this game for the West to like come out with any sort of chance at board topping, yet we're still sitting here with France on 7. So Matt's doing something right. Yeah, I think it's now basically Gnome trying to position himself to get what he needs to get on the top board in a way that won't anger people before he asks for the dots that he needs to get on the top board. And that's gonna be hard to do, especially to a Germany that's been toiling away all game in a West that hasn't been too fun. Yeah, probably takes Vienna by the end of this year.
Let's find out.
No, doesn't take Vienna this year. Keeps Austria alive. Maybe he wants to see a cat picture. What I do know is Andrew and George are doing the Naples Smyrna swap, so that's always fun to see. And Gnome gets back into North Sea again, but again, I don't think it really means too much because like it's like not able to do much at all. And France and Germany are still squabbling. Gnome does have a rebuild though, so he will be able to take back Smyrna next year. So not Gnome, Andrew has a rebuild.
Alrighty.
But it's looking harder to see Gnome, apparently, who needs 14. It's looking hard to see Gnome getting 14 on this board.
If that's right. I'm not sure that's right.
That's what George is saying, and I think George was probably hearing Gnome say how much Gnome needs.
Maybe. I'm very famously bad at math, so who's to say?
We did the maths in the game, so
Ooh.
That might be after knowing what was happening in the other game as well. That might have made a difference.
yeah, the other game
confirms-
too early though, so they would have
Michaelis
known that game
confirms
was
that
done
is
by then.
right, and I trust Michaelis.
I do too. Probably
Yeah,
by
I
this
trusted
point they
you,
knew.
George. I trusted you. I didn't need to get Michaelis. Please ally with me.
Alrighty, so we see Tyrolia coming off the board, a fleet in Rome, and a fleet in Con. Take it away. I think it's
Johnny.
Johnny.
To whom? To me.
Yes.
Great. It's a turnabout in the north where Germany puts France into the North Sea. So this is finally the FG that Andrew has been praying for I don't know how many game years. This is exactly what they should do. Of course, this is what they should do. They should attack Warsaw, they should attack Sweden, they should attack Norway, and they should attack England. And now I think the board top is back on for France, honestly, because Russia can be taken down pretty comprehensively. And Turkey, Turkey's in a weird position, but if Russia starts to face pressure in the north, Russia starts to disband in the south because Noam trusts Turkey. Noam's going to eventually clean up Italy, maybe potentially somehow with French help. Maybe it's not too late for Andrew to take some bites out of the south too. So I think board top's back on for France. These are good moves. And Germany maybe will at least grow somewhere, which is better than they could say before.
Yeah, for sure.
And in the fall, Matt stabs Germany for Berlin, which is awesome. which is awesome. Matt is, I mean, I have to, I am contractually obligated.
Diplo Rat
support-
gameplay, everybody.
That's right. This is
Come
actually
to Johnny's New York tournament in 2026 to experience this yourself.
Yeah, this is how we teach him in the Diplorat dojo. Yeah. Wow, that's a choice. That is a choice. I mean, look, Matt is gaining Naples, gaining Berlin, and is in the Ionian and the North Sea and the Norwegian Sea, and has a really good friend in England. So, I mean, it's a crazy roll of the dice, but it could work. It could work. And if he had only tapped Holland, right? I mean, picture the possibilities.
Yeah,
but
taking Berlin, but then moving Belgium to Picardy.
It's pretty weird.
Is this like saved the move set and then 30 seconds before decided the stat was happening and then didn't manage to save the rest? Is
most
that
likely something like that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Berlin, Holland, Naples, Ionian, North.
That's
Wouldn't
tough.
be bad.
I mean,
Yeah.
it might still
Mine's
work
building
out.
too as well.
Yeah, and Matt confirms in the chat that it's
Thank you,
half
Matt.
of 2 sets of orders, which I have done many a time.
Yep.
The Diplo Rat saved some face.
That's right.
Happens.
Tried to
And-
unstab. Oof.
Oh, well,
Let's see.
And the net result, right, is that Gnome grows another 2.
Crazy.
Gnome's up to 10 with 4 moves left. Needs
Yeah.
4 centers, 4 moves. Is Andrew going to throw him centers? Is Germany going to throw him centers? We shall find out.
We shall find
Well,
out.
hopefully no one should be throwing centers to anyone, but
Hopefully.
let's see. Andrew.
yeah, okay, Brandon. You're on the top of the moral hierarchy right now, and I'm on the bottom. So I'm just gonna say it's a free for all, baby. It's all heading to the center, and none of it is on a line. This went
There you go.
from seeming finally. Oh, this is how tall I am in real life. So this is extremely possible for Gnome all of a sudden. In fact, scarily possible.
Yeah.
It really is going to matter what Germany decides should happen to this game, and I wouldn't blame them if they were like, "Don't stab me." These centers are now Russian, and good luck to everybody else. I think the thing that I barely saw at the end of the previous turn is just that that's a friendly Turkish fleet in Adriatic, which means that Venice and possibly Rome are in play, and that just makes it huge. This McCallus makes a good point about Serbia falling into Trieste and just where the mat's going to end up. But I think, as has been pointed out, Andrew Wu's here to play the game, but not to make the top board, and Gnome is playing this game to make the top board. And I think it's like, no matter how we feel about our morals, it's a convincing pitch. It's the most convincing thing at this point in the game with 4 turns left. So just be like, look, I mean, France just helped it happen. Before it was implausible. Now it's quite probable. You know, you're not the one throwing entirely, that kind of thing.
Alrighty.
But Germany holds a line. All right. It puts Russia back into North Sea. So I'm not quite sure what the idea is there. However, that could be one of those things where you're at the 5th or 6th, possibly 7th hour of this game, and you're just not thinking through. You're like, they have 3 fleets there, so it probably won't get put in, and you're just trying to balance, and you're mad about everything that just happened. It's completely reasonable. However, I think it makes it more likely that you end up losing centers and/or stuff gets eaten from behind. I guess there was no unit in Bohemia. Then looking at the south, see anything of interest?
Trieste needs to get out of Trieste. If Gnome's to get 14, it just needs to get away.
Yeah, but at least it's not like Gnome's disbanding. I think this would have truly gone wrong. Or if Andrew was like, I don't actually think you've earned it, supported France into Venice or something like that, which would be absurd, but that's the thing where I could see and you disband and then it's just out of the cards. I don't think taking Trieste here is really that indicative of how this is actually going to sort out.
I don't think so either. I just think like the act of now Russia having to go back into Trieste to take Trieste is the issue here.
Because
Yeah,
the
'cause-
Warsaw Galicia units, it's like
Because also, if you're trying to take
Bohemia.
Munich, you need Tyrolia to be going to help Munich be taken. Like,
Yeah, although I
Yeah.
guess Berlin was actually open, technically there because Kiel got cut, but neither here nor there.
Andrew gives a good comment. I kind of like North Sea to English in spring, especially after seeing Fleet Marseille as the thing that comes down.
Yeah, for sure.
Fleet Con is, I mean, it's the only fleet you could build, but Andrew could also just say, actually, I'm a champion and I'm going to take 3 centers for you on the last turn because that's what champions do and take the top for myself. He could do it.
That'd be brutal.
Especially if no one can't really get it anyway, you know?
If we were better analysts, we would know what that would mean for Andrew Wu's potential DB&I seating, but
Yes, that's 0.1 extra. All right. Of course, it ends with me getting the final year because it's meant to be. Gnome gets Denmark. Gnome gets Rome. Gnome still doesn't have Trieste back. Gnome, however, doesn't get Berlin because Kiel and Munich decided to try and hold Berlin. That is not a good sign for Gnome trying to get to 14. He may get 12, but 14 is looking a bit rough. Meanwhile, in the south, Andrew isn't going to stab Gnome, at least not for 3 centers. And we have a brace in Naples. So, I mean, we've been talking about Gnome getting to 14, but France was still sort of in it, depending on what Germany did. So could still put up a bit of a competition, especially if Richard feels like throwing a center or two to France.
Or taking one for themselves.
Brest,
in
yeah.
Channel. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Italy
Yes,
with
Rome
Adriatic.
is Rome can be held, but it just means Trieste can't be taken.
Depends on what Adriatic wants to do.
That's also true. We have George Mork, who has been playing funny moves all game in Adriatic in a very key final turn for Gnome's top board chances. So I think that is quite hilarious. Yes, let's see what happens. Gets Berlin, doesn't get Kiel, keeps Rome, and loses out by 1 center, which Trieste would have been that 1 center. That's rough. Meanwhile, France did get thrown 2 centers. So finishes on a decent score there as well on 11. But brutal beat there for Gnome. Trieste was killer. I suspected it might have been. But well played, Gnome. Well played, Matt. And well played, Andrew, as well.
Nail
Yeah,
biter.
especially with like Gnome and Andrew being 2 very strong players. A little bit of back and forth there, but then they got their stuff sorted and they and then they were able to just push west and work together.
Yep.
And that's
They-
you got to be able to do the tactics, but you got to be able to repair relationships if it doesn't pan out either. So
Yeah.
so good job.
And props to Bat, too. Good game.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely good game from Matt as well.
And like Mikala stated, Matt would have got a shared top if there had been a correct guess on Rome. So almost got out of there with a good 12 center shared top there. So well
Yeah.
played, Matt.
Boy,
Excellent.
missing the top board by 1 center is...
Yeah, that's
hurts.
rough. That's
That
annoying.
hurts. It's kind of like
Um,
when they do at the World Championships, the top 21 get to play in the championship pool, and you tie for 21st, and the TD flips the coin, and you lose the coin flip. It's kind of like that.
Sure,
Not that I
surely
know
that's
anyone
never
who that's
happened
ever
to
happened
you.
to.
Yeah, surely that hasn't happened to anyone.
Cool. So like as we were talking about before, this is just the preliminary rounds. The final for VDC will be next weekend. I will just see if I can pull up the standings from Dip TV.
I would like to shout out, Micah also has the 7 Years War top board next weekend. So Micah is potentially going to be playing 2 top boards, potentially back to back, which I think would be a legendary achievement. And I look forward to seeing how she plays on both. Although I hope she doesn't win the 7 Years War one because I'm in that one. But she can do well, just not well enough.
I want to give a huge shout out to Joni and Andrew and Sabi for putting on an excellent tournament this weekend as well. The final round was still going when we started this stream, so excellent teamwork there, getting everything uploaded and ready to go so that we were able to cover it. And yeah, like I wasn't able to play in this one, but I've heard a lot of feedback that everyone had a good time and enjoyed it. So thank you for hosting VDC this year.
Brandon, you played one board.
There wasn't that one with the Russia and the Darcy. No.
We're not talking about that one.
That wasn't me. That was someone else. So
That
was
didn't
fine,
happen.
yeah.
That was Fogel, was it? That was the other Brandon.
Yeah, sure.
Thinking about
Alrighty, so I will pull up the standings from Dip TV because I have refreshed them and I am pretty sure they are correct. This is them.
Zoom in a little bit, pretty please.
Yep.
All right.
There we are.
Your VDC top 7 playing on the top board are Micah Blom, Katie Gray, Patrick Jacobson, Casey McAllister, Julian Wellman, Michalis Camarites, and Claire Bradbury. Congratulations to all of them. Particular congratulations to Julian and Casey. A couple of newcomers whom we will absolutely have to keep our eyes on from here on out. We play the sad fiddle for Noam Brown, missing out by 1 center. That's 720 against 730. So we feel for Noam. We congratulate the winners. We thank Brandon Austin for being the chillest host DBN has ever seen by a wide margin. Thank you, Brandon. You absolutely rocked. And yeah.
Thank you. No, excellent. Everyone definitely tune in next week. I'm not exactly sure what the date is when the stream will be happening, but definitely keep an eye on this channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe as well to help us and keep us going. Thank you to Ed, who is not present with us at the moment, and Darcy and Andrew for joining, and of course, Johnny as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
All right, everyone, have a good weekend.
Somebody close us out. Somebody do the thing. Brandon, do the thing.
All right. Well, I'm not going to do it. Darcy, do the thing. You know the thing.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us, everyone. And remember to stay safe and stab well.